and saved the day while y'all were off lollygagging in the snow.
Now do you understand?
Scientific research.
Do
You
now?
ate a marble.
Research.
Do you understand my small issues with Argus now?
What?
And I'm asleep.
Wait, what issues? I saved the day! With Jolene's help.
Wait, God, do I hate egotistical characters? Oh wow, I do.
Anyway, I
Welcome.
need to go and get some sleep. So
All
I'm
right.
say
Well,
good night here.
Thank you for
well.
taking the time and the short notice. It's been a pleasure having you here.
Yep. Y'all have a good night. Bye-bye.
And welcome back, everyone. I am Razum, and I'm going to be going ahead and continuing my work on our own poker roll system. Well, not poker
Voice
roll,
mod?
but Pokemon.
Oh no. Okay, I thought it was mine for a moment.
Okay,
what?
okay, I'm making sure.
Jet's phasing into the ethereal plane.
I was like, wait, what?
There we go.
Okay,
Is something
Okay.
wrong with my audio?
not
It's
anymore.
Oh. Caldarius, you still there? I don't know what you guys heard, but I am now worried.
You were like becoming robotic, like one of those bad voice mod changes.
Huh. Weird.
You're becoming a Borg ghost for a second. I may have been watching Star Trek earlier, but
Oh.
Yeah, I thought it was my computer for a moment.
It might
but
have just
I'm
been
glad
lag.
nah.
Some weird lag for some reason. Caldarius! Howdy, boy! Also, Rygon, I thought you were still going.
Well, yeah, I'll still be here. I'm just not going to be streaming.
Oh, fair enough.
I should probably end streaming as well.
Damn it. I kept going with the stream because I... Okay, fine. I'll just keep going with the stream anyways.
No, just end stream.
how about we have a wonderful... I have a wonderful idea. We all sleep.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We all stop streaming, we all chillax, and we all go to sleep.
I will not be able to sleep for at least 4 more hours.
But think about all the dreams you could have if you did.
My body will not let me sleep for at least 4 more hours. I'll be surprised if I even am able to get to sleep then.
Yeah, I'm gonna end. Thank you all for sticking around and watching me, even though it's mostly just a podcast of Poker Roll for the past couple hours, and I was silent. What? Until then, I'll be back tomorrow. What?
Go ahead.
It's like, I'll be back later today, actually, with Pokemon Scarlet. I'm curious to see how it is. I keep hearing bad things of SPF. I said that terribly. But yeah. See you all later. I'll see you another day. Go raid Chorby. I will get good sleep. Raid message? Come up with one of your own. I know, I'm that terrible. I'm sorry.
Raid message. We're the better half.
Too bad, they're already gone.
Nice catch, Seda.
My first catch was a Rockruff.
Very nice.
Alright, so...
What is up?
Oh, I'm just thinking where to go next with the Pokemon thing.
Oh, there's certainly plenty, I'm sure.
And I agreed, Drilltooth. It was clearly destined for Seda to become a Rockruff.
Alright, I'll be...
Alavi.
Alright.
So
Yeah.
Seda,
Yes.
you've got a bit of experience with tabletop games, right?
Mainly over 2 systems. Started off with the Fantasy Flight system with Dark Heresy 2nd Edition and Rogue Trader, and then have been primarily involved with D&D 5e.
Okay, okay. By the way, Tanya, if you're not coming in to talk, then, and if you've got your bad mic, I would rather you keep watching, please. Instead of sitting here in voice.
But continue.
I was just wondering opinions on the tabletop system so far that I've been working on for Pokemon. Ideally, we're going to be switching over to it once it's in a decent, ready state. Here is a link. There you go. You can ignore the first page, mostly.
I'm going to read in between the letters.
Tanya, you are currently muted on Discord. So, no, I cannot hear you. Also, you have been turned into a liger now, Seda. No comment on that, Seda?
Nope, just testing the cloning.
Ah.
I forgot to poke Kerr. Because you told me he was doing magic.
Tanya, you are actually muted on Discord itself. Oh, you unmuted for a moment there at least.
Huh.
You keep going back and forth between muted and unmuted.
You know what? That works.
An anonymous kangaroo?
This is acceptable.
Okay. But yeah, this system will use D10s. It'll be 7 and up is a success in general. Well, Tanya, if you are in the same situation you were last night, I cannot have you on voice right now. Anyways.
Alright, so I'm gonna keep this brief because I actually do need to go to bed pretty shortly. But what's the reasoning from going from a D6 to a D10?
More variety on outcomes for the dice. And then getting, a 10 feels a lot better with a D10 than getting a 6 with a D6. Because it's less common, and with this system, with a D10, it'll be, it'll be, if you roll a 10 with this system, it'll count as 2 successes, and you roll again. That particular
And-
die, that is.
I'm reading that. And please don't take my question here as criticism. I just want to
Yeah.
understand the philosophy. So counterpoint, why not go all the way to D20?
I mean, good counterpoint.
Because especially from a tabletop culture aspect, people really like the D20s more than Nat 20. Come on.
With that, I feel like it's too, because with that, honestly, I'm not sure a good argument on why not.
The argument I can see in favor of D10s as opposed to D20s, and this is someone who has multiple sets of dice right in front of me, and I'm holding some D10s right now. D10s have use as percentile dice too.
That is a point. And then there's also the fact that when you get a set of dice, you get 2 D10s usually. I mean, one is meant as a percentile, but with this one especially, where you are rolling a lot of D10s, it's easier when you've got 2 D10s versus just 1 D20 being rolled a lot.
And also, I see Jaffa has a comment on why not go D100. D100 is actually an extension of the argument I would actually use against D20. I think D20 is good, but
I think there's too many numbers, because then, with D10s, you've got a 10% chance of getting the 10. And
as a quick primer for the Fantasy Flight system that I used, or that I learned with, they were on a D100 system. And on the complete opposite of D&D, yeah, a Nat 1 was good. Nat 100, bad. But the cool thing, though, is that every time you raise your stats, you're effectively raising your chance to succeed. So, if, let's just say, my strength was 30 and I had a +5 in shooting, then I would succeed on a roll of 35 or lower. So raising those stats raised the bar of where I would succeed. But I agree with pendency or sorry, silver. I'm just gonna say silver word. Yeah, D100's too math heavy. I do think there might be some valid discussions on D10 versus D20, but the D10 from a D6 sounds like a pretty good, interesting step.
Real quick, in regards to the chat, yes, I am aware that the card was missed, Tanya, but it's going to happen. We're not going to guarantee that we will just stop everything for one of those TTS cards. And either way, Orem is no longer on voice, so you can't. It was for Orem, and Orem already left. So it's kind of a moot point. I know that World of Darkness and Exalted, which are a big inspiration on why I'm going with D10s, is that they use D10s as well. I think it's because of the chance of getting that 10. Because if we were to do it with a D20, you'd only have a 5% chance of getting that 20. We could still work it out where it's the same percent chance for getting a success. But I feel like D10 is good. It feels good
very
to me.
fair. I would say, as a follow-up question to that then, would you say you are trying to gear this more towards your typical tabletop player as opposed to a casual player?
A little of both.
Because I would make the argument that the only strength I see of the D6 system is in its approachability. If anyone has any kind of tabletop board game at home, they probably have a D6 more than anything else.
That is a point that has been brought up to me before as well. However, those that are going to even find this system are going to be people that are tabletop gamers.
And I agree with you, but I just felt like bringing it up just because I do like trying just to understand the train of thought. Because, if you're making the decision of, hey, people who are going to find this are people who already are into tabletop, then I think that's valid.
Yeah, it's like people that can get, like, I want it easy enough to grasp for somebody that's new to tabletops, maybe being invited to come join their friends who are veterans with tabletops. But honestly, I anticipate the number of people that will actually be playing this in person to be relatively small. And so they'd be using a virtual tabletop, and any virtual tabletop has D10s.
And then I'm assuming then, since, virtual tabletop focus, that the use of, D10s, and only D10s, is more of a design simplicity sake, as opposed to how D&D does it, where a lot of your attack rolls are a D20, but your damage roll might be a D6 or a D8. Because if it's virtual tabletop, we have access to all those dice.
Yeah, it's mostly because it's going with we're going with the dot system. And the dot system doesn't have bonuses, it doesn't have those kinds of things. So we're still going with the D10s, so it is simpler to have one way that it works. Where, you roll a D10, you roll a number of D10s equal to how many dots you have. Or whatever the case may be in that regard. And also another point for the D10 over the D6 is it gives more flexibility to the storyteller. There may be something that they want a roll for, but may not be as difficult as another action. So they may lower the difficulty from a 7 up being a success down to, say, a 5 or 4. With D6s, you only have 6 numbers to work with. There's not much flexibility there beyond just saying, well, I guess you succeed. Because that is something I have also seen with World of Darkness and Exalted. Something storytellers for those systems do is sometimes something's just easier to do. But it still requires a roll for making sure you don't manage to completely botch it. There is the argument of number of successes, but overall, it gives more flexibility. Because not only can you, if you're working with somebody that has a limited number of dice, say we're starting out and something is easier, you can't exactly lower the number of successes required too low, but you could lower the difficulty for getting those successes.
Okay. 2 minutes, and I do actually really have to be off, so
Okay.
I will give this a read over in the morning and make some comments and thoughts. But what are your overall goals and philosophy for your changes from the original Pokerolls system? Go.
Make it. It is mainly to make a system that is designed around Mystery Dungeon and playing as Pokemon, as opposed to being designed from the ground up to play as trainers. That is one of the biggest flaws with Pokerroll is it's a great system for playing as a trainer. But when you are playing as a Pokemon, like we've kind of discussed before, some Pokemon are outright better than others. And players should not be penalized just because they want to play as a Rockruff versus a Jangmo. So I want to build a system that is relatively balanced from the ground up and has the flexibility for the storyteller to do as they feel is right for their games. Also, there's more skills with this one because Poker Roll kind of focuses very heavily on combat rather than like investigate. We've got a separate investigation versus perception, for example.
Great pitch. I will pick into this a bit more tomorrow and I'll share my thoughts.
Cool.
But I'm gonna get some sleep. You all have a wonderful night. Thank you for having me as always, and you'll keep being awesome cute.
You're cute.
Heck. I'm going to cry myself to sleep tonight. This truth is too much to bear.
Well, don't worry. Jet will curl up next to you.
No, the fat art.
It'll curl up around you, give you little licks over your ears, and you know, make you nice and happy.
The bag is separating. The bag is separating.
No. We're both laying next to the bag. Don't worry,
Back
you
to
can
the
be
back
the
with
little
the bag
spoon.
in the middle. Anyways, good night. Bye-bye.
Good night. Jet will then phase through and get stuck inside Dart. Yeah, I'm expecting that at some point again. I think Taldarius fell asleep.
Wrong.
Oh, there you are. We're done with our session now, so you can come and help again and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I know. I just haven't actually felt like doing anything.
Well, great. You get to work.
Ah.
So I've added some new abilities here. Soak and Evasion, because I forgot to include Evasion, and, well, now we've got Soak as well. So I need another one to go in the Knowledge column.
Okay, so I just need one more.
Yeah. Just to have even columns.
Well, technically you're odd.
All three columns will be even.
But the other two that you're making match has 9. That's odd.
I will fire you. And Neo will cry.
You know what? Yeah, that is true. That's fair. Okay, so sort of words could be used here.
Oh no, Jaffer, I don't need to fire him out of a cannon. I'll just fire him. Right now we've got academics, which is basically your ability to research. Got craft, pretty self-explanatory. Etiquette, rather self-explanatory as well. Investigation, lore, medicine, nature, and science.
So lore would cover the history aspect.
Yes.
Do you want it to be one where it can be used defensively, like soak and evasion and all that sort of stuff?
We don't
Or do you just
need to
want-
have one like that, but I am open to ideas for that.
All right.
Welcome back.
Yeah, Rygon, I'm
So-
expecting that nuke within 10 sessions.
Okay. I'll get that nuke going.
Okay. In that case,
So did you guys
No, we-
decide that RZ is a dog type then?
Something like that. We were just talking about the direction we wanted the character to go, some interesting backstory stuff, all that sort of jazz. So I look forward to crafting their stuff into the overall story. Because that's what I want to talk to Azurdeyu,
Linden,
Linden, and
Where Animal.
Were Animal about. Because I want to get their characters to have more direction. And I think I know how to do it for a couple of them, but I still needed to talk and gain permission before I made any big changes.
okay.
What is
I
Jet's
have a-
direction?
Ghost.
Not being a nuke. That is exactly what your direction is not being a nuke.
You're moving your character appropriately along. I don't feel the need to sit down and say, like, hey, let's figure something out.
Fair. What were you gonna say, Taldarius?
What I was gonna say is you don't have an appraisal skill.
Ooh.
Oh, don't do that, or I'll give him all sorts of shitty stuff.
That's
That fast-talking Kecleon, he's got some stuff to him.
It's actually a very good point, and for me it's like, why the hell did they remove it from 5th edition? Like,
I don't know.
they didn't
just
give
assumes they
5th
did.
edition anything to replace it. It wasn't even moved into any of the other... Most of the skills, I am happy with what they did with those. From 3.5 to 5th. But appraisal, that is something that is definitely missing.
I mean, technically speaking, like, you could hodgepodge insight and craft and, like, other stuff like that to sort of act as, like, a stand-in. But it doesn't really give you, like, just an actual clear skill to use for appraising items.
Yeah.
So, since you need another knowledge, you have a gap, my suggestion is appraisal.
I like it. Also,
Alright.
Jaffer, we are not looking for new players.
I'm
Though
sorry,
I do like the
Jaffer.
idea of a Charmander who carries a wok with him and uses his tail to cook with it. That is adorable.
Haven't you guys been, like, having to beat back prospective new players around every
Yes!
single corner with, like, brooms, like, going, no, it's full, get away.
If they're not if they're not wanting to join, then they are throwing a bunch of character ideas at Rygon and expecting him to include them. Either way, it's like, get back, you fiends.
Well, I don't mind character ideas, but I better not hear any bitching if I play them my way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like... Besides,
That's
what are
my
you supposed to
biggest
do?
complaint.
Like...
Or worry.
What are you supposed to do with that anyways? Are you supposed to, like, find the random chatter who suggested it and, like, hunt them down again and ask them what would they do in this situation?
Well, I mean, I could do something like that. But
Well,
quite frankly, what I like are more overarching ideas that I can just kind of poke, prod, manipulate, and integrate.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, like, it'd be a completely ridiculous expectation that you'd go and consult random people in your chat about what characters in your setting are going to do.
There is a reason why so one of our cards that we originally had was a self-insert card.
I think I could guess why you don't have that anymore.
Very quickly removed after it was redeemed once.
Not for this session, though.
No, not for this session. But
yeah, I totally get it. Honestly, if I were to do something like that, I would just simply run the player through the exact same stuff I ran everybody else. And just make sure that my expectations were well assured.
Jaffer is submitting a Chef Charmander who uses his tail to cook with a wok.
Okay, I might be able to use that character concept.
You know, did you even establish who the chefs were for the guild?
No, I did not.
So there you go.
Okay.
Well, there's actually about 2 or 3 slots I could put that one in. Random Traveler, Competitive Cook, Guild Cook.
Oh, you're
Who
right, the
knows?
competitive cook.
Yeah.
There was a cooking competition thing that was one of our potential missions before things went sideways.
Hey, you think
No,
that's
Jink-
going to go just because of a little cult takeover?
People still gotta eat, you know?
Well, right now it has definitely gone away. I
Or
doubt
has
they are
it?
still holding the. I doubt they are currently holding that cooking competition when literally everybody is sick and dying.
Well, have you guys managed to find a darker ghost type that have been sick with it?
No. All of them were
Alright.
actually forced out of the city.
Well, then, not everyone is sick and dying with it.
Fair. Jaffer!
Oh,
You
I
need
do
to
so
get
love to see a
better.
plan come together.
You know, Jaffer, maybe Rygon could help.
What?
What's up?
Well, I don't want to say more without Jaffer's approval, but...
Oh, give me just a second. I'm going to go turn the light off and start getting ready for sleep. So I
Okay.
will be right back, like 10 seconds.
Alright.
1, 2.
Well, are you okay with me
3,
sharing more?
4,
Are you okay with me sharing details, Jaffer?
6,
At least what I know about them?
8, 9, 10.
Or just, you know, the
Rygon?
basics, anyways. Okay. I'll wait for, you know, Rygon to get back to his computer.
It's
And I
been
also
20
forget-
seconds.
All right, I'm back.
It took you 20 seconds.
Well, excuse me. I'm only on half time. I'm half Hispanic, you know. They extend the time out. My other half extends the time in.
Tanya?
We meet in the middle.
Tanya.
You're evicted from this room.
No!
To the timeout well.
Hi. I see I have company in the well.
How are you in the well?
I don't know.
How are
I'm,
you not in
Actually,
the well?
for this matter, why... Okay, you are talking, and yet you are showing as muted on Discord.
Good, I'm not the only one who sees that.
Okay, just real quick, if you just look in media, I mean, I guess just media sharing, I am in the well. Jimmy is in the well.
I would suggest restarting Discord.
No, hey, look, I can communicate with all of you.
How
I don't care.
Okay, Zim, do you give me permission to help fix this?
Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
Zoroark 720 just resubscribed for 25 months. Look at all these cute eyes.
Cute eyes. Thank you for that
I'm
resub,
so-
Zoro.
Do I have permission to try and fix this problem?
No. It's working.
Yeah.
Better not to mess with it.
Fine.
Don't fix something that ain't broken. I mean, technically
way-
it is broken, but it's still working, so we're not going to try and fix it.
By the way, Zora, we may in fact all be a bunch of cuties, but you are the cutest one in the room.
I fixed it.
They are the cutiest one. In the room.
Cutiest, yes.
On a more serious subject, a few months ago, Jaffer got physically sick, and since then he has been unable to talk. They've done all the tests, and as far as they can tell, it is not a physical problem. They're believing that it is a mental problem.
Oh, I see.
And he's been trying to get into somebody that can help, but it's trying to get an appointment has been stretched out a lot. So maybe you could help? But, you know, that isn't...
I'd have to think on that one. I don't know Jaffer very well, so I'm not going to say, like, this is an ethical issue. This is more of a competency issue.
Well, he's got an appointment on December 8th, it looks like, but maybe you could try some stuff in the meantime. And at worst, he's got that appointment for somebody that's, you know, more veteran and specialized.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I can talk with Jaffer.
I know I have missed the Avali. The Avali is a very good friend.
Yeah, more than likely what the issue is here is if it's not a physical issue, and we're assuming that there's no brain damage causing this, then we might be looking at this as a trauma response. I could take a look over at such things as selective mutism, but like completely having no talking at all is a little unheard of. Usually an individual, if they have selective mutism or something of the sort, they'll talk somewhere. They just won't talk like in the places that give them the high amount of anxiety.
Jaffer, does
So
it...
I'd have to do some investigative questioning.
I have been wondering, Jaffer, is it that you just outright cannot talk? Or is it that it hurts to talk? Or is it that you can't talk very well? Or... And if you're not comfortable answering this on, you know, a recorded stream, that is A-okay. So you can physically speak and mentally, but it is painful to try. And when you try, no sound comes out? Oh.
Okay. I think I have a couple of ideas of how I could approach this. But I'm not going to do it here. This will be done in private.
Yeah, something for private. Happier topic, though. Back to the Pokemon thing. So right now, we've got the... I've got ideas for experience point costs written down. I think those are fair costs.
I can feel myself fading. Sleep takes me.
If you need to sleep, then you can.
No, I'm joking.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, you're more than welcome to chat. I'll just be kind of here
That's fair. We figured out how we're going to handle stab and super effective and resistances.
Yep.
I really like this system. Thank you for that, Taldarius. This
No
is
problem.
why like, I know people don't want to, like, I know people have gotten on me about this stuff, but it's like, I would never have thought about doing that. But it's actually a really good idea.
Although it did have a very funny moment where I literally just started talking about, what my proposed, changes were, and you, jump in and go, and what would you propose? And I'm like, damn, you got ahead of me of half a second.
Well, you were saying what you didn't like about the idea, and I'm like, okay, what's your proposal? Yeah. I don't care what you don't like, I want to know what your solution is.
Zim, whenever I have something that I want to change, I preface it with what I don't like, and here's my... Because I've done this every single time that I've talked to you about, changing something. I'm always like, here's what I don't like. Here's why I don't like it. Here is my proposed change. I don't know, I just love I just have a need to give context to things before.
Sometimes I'll ask for context, but other times it's like, okay, let's get it. Tell me. Yep. Tell me!
Show me
Reveal your secrets unto me!
Show me what you've got.
Show me what you've got.
You have the option to plead the fifth.
Wait, what?
But yeah, no, so this was the moment that I thought of it, I'm like, ooh, this is a winner. It's a winner of an idea.
So
because it keeps it nice and consistent.
Yeah. So for the moves, we will assign... My biggest trouble with moves is that they all go off of attack or special. They're all physical or special. We could do, we could set every move to be, okay, it's physical, so it's body, it's special, so it goes under mind, and then we could possibly do, moves that are debuffs and such, like growl under spirit.
That's what I was thinking, where the clearest delineation that you really have is physical moves use the body, special moves use the mind, and status moves would use the spirit.
Because it actually does make a lot of sense, because spirit is meant to be your personality, your strength of will, things like that. So, if you're growling at somebody, that is you forcing your strength of personality on them to get them to back the hell down.
And consider stuff like different abilities that do stat changes. So intimidate, that's a willpower thing. There's willpower, spirit, that sort of stuff, where it's you are intimidating the other Pokemon so that way it doesn't want to get near you, so an attack lowers. Think about Moxie. It's once you take out an enemy, your attack gets raised. Just stuff like that, where it's it's a personality trait or a characteristic of your attitude, where it changes stats based on that. So there's a lot of at least mentally for me, there's a lot of I forget the word, but it goes down the tracks that have already been laid.
I am going to move you out of this channel real quick. For some reason... Okay, maybe that isn't you that's causing it.
What's going
on? So, my Discord reactive seems to be thinking that I'm talking when you're talking, so I think that might be something busted there. I'm gonna move you out and back in. Okay, you're back.
It's almost like I never left. New Talderius, same as the old Talderius.
No, Discord's just being weird right now. Okay.
Alright.
It seemed to be flashing green every moment you were speaking. Like every pause, it would go gray, and then every time you spoke, it goes green. I don't know. For the record, for everybody out there, I am currently using Jet as my avatar, so there you go. You know who I am.
But yeah, I mean, like, it bothers me that I can't think of the word precedence. There's precedence for it within, like, the internal logic system of Pokemon. That the spirit would be what's affected for a lot of status effect changes.
Yeah. Also right now, I do have, so based on accuracy, that will determine how, like, if a move has 85% accuracy, you subtract 3 dice from the accuracy roll.
Yeah, I read that. That's a pretty decent touch. I like that. And it also keeps going with the current motive we have about every, like, you know, certain thing, like stacking, penalty stacking bonus.
Oh yeah, I should probably
where it works in stages, especially considering that it also works in stages, because that's what all of the different... So far, and, like, this is what I've noticed, basically every single, like, thing that modifies your base die pool, or other thing like that that you use for an attack, in any stage of it, every single one is like a staged, like, you are at stage 2 of this, you know, you'll roll 2 more dice. So having it also be staged sort of fits with the motive.
Yeah. And Chris, I understand the your point there. Like what I was talking about with things being affected by spirit. I'm talking about like tail whip, growl, howl, things like that. However, that is a good point about like sleep powder, will-o-wisp, toxic, things that apply actual that just directly apply status effect.
Yeah, I mean, there is something to be said for, like, the argument where the Pokemon's will is being imposed on that move to cause the effect that's going on. But yeah, it's absolutely... It's really hard to make generalized catch-all systems, because there's hundreds and hundreds of moves. So trying to break down every single move into a clean 3 categories is either we make generalizations, or we have to then go through and have lists and be like, here's the list of, like, you know, with every single
Toxic
move we'd
is
have to
affected
list.
by this. Will-o-wisp is affected by that. I don't want to do that. I want to keep it as generalized and easy as possible.
Especially considering that that's the sort of stuff that, like, compounds on itself. The moment that we introduce that, and we put that level of minute detail, that is something that it, like, trickles down to the rest of the system in terms of complexity.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we're not trying to make, like, 3.75 here, where it's like, hey, do you have your 5, like, rule books ready to go, so that way you can reference everything?
Though, I don't think there is... Isn't Toxic and Will-o-wisp, aren't those just a guaranteed hit anyways?
No. So, Toxic only has a 100% hit rate if it's a poison type that uses it.
Okay.
And I'm not
But even
sure off the
then,
top of my
they
head on Will-O-Wisp.
can dodge it, right?
Well, at that point, then if there are other evasion and accuracy modifiers going on,
Yeah.
like...
How
So,
does
it's
Pokeroll
like...
handle it?
I don't know.
RZ, do you know?
PDF up?
Off the top of my head, nope, but I can look it up right now.
Alright.
Documents, Pokeroll, Pokeroll, Core 1.0.
I'm asking
Toxic?
RZ because he's... Go
Okay,
ahead.
so Toxic itself has -1 accuracy. And... Oh, it has like 1 accuracy now, so I'm assuming that's -1 accuracy.
Yeah.
It is Dex, Fight, Channel, and
Badly poisons
that's it.
foe. It badly poisons foe, which is poison plus. Doesn't talk about anything about poison types, which absolutely sucks. There should be a. I will send you a picture right now.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's what I'm saying. It just like it literally just says badly poisons the foe, and it uses Dex, Fight, Channel with -1 accuracy.
There's nothing about poison types getting 100% accuracy, which I'll put this down in.
It's sort of part of the identity. It's like how one of the big things about dark types is that Prankster doesn't work on them. It's like poison types, Toxic has full accuracy. That's one of the benefits they get. By the way, I do want to talk real quick about how cool it is that they made it so that way stuff like Prankster doesn't work on dark types. It's such a little thing, but I like it.
All right. I think we're going to stick with using Spirit for those kinds of moves. No, it is not a perfect fit. However, we do need to give Spirit more use than just, okay, I'm growling. Because how often do people actually use growl?
Well, I mean, it depends about what you want your role in the party to be. I know that when I play tabletop RPG, I am either full on, like, main melee, or I will go support. So if I'm going support, I would be all about, like, status moves, save or suck moves, just making the opponent weaker. And this is just obviously a personal thing, but
yeah.
Here's my
it's
personal
like-
thing about it. Sorry.
yeah, I
Always-
was just saying that, like, just because it doesn't seem effective doesn't mean that people wouldn't want to use it.
Growl is actually really useful in Pokeroll because it's a debuff, and debuffs actually have their uses.
Yes, but how do you feel about us having Spirit apply to, or be the accuracy roll for both Growl and, say, Toxic?
I mean, I still go back to my original thing where, like, a lot of it is, if we're going to break it down into these categories, there's going to be a couple weird ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a great use for it, Tiger. Having it so that way it uses to shrug off, but I mean,
I would say status effects are going to be a little bit more loose on how you shake them off. Because, like, say for instance, poison. There are arguments for all three of them for what would be the primary way to shrug off poison. You can, physically just get over it. Maybe it just doesn't affect your body because of good constitution with body. You could use your spirit to just be like, I'm just not going to let it affect me. I'm not going to let this thing hurt me. Mind is I'm just ignoring it. So I think we may leave those as loose. Kind of a... I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying use your best stat for it.
Yeah.
That is a concept that Exalted Essence introduced is you've got 3 stats. You've got Force, Finesse, and Fortitude. And they outright say that you should be using your best stat for every roll. I don't necessarily agree with, okay, I put all 5, I've gotten my finesse to 5 dots, so now I am God, and there's no reason to level up force or fortitude. But I do appreciate that kind of mentality there. And I don't see why we couldn't apply it to status effects, or rather getting shrugging them off.
Yeah. I mean, because, like, let's be real. If you give me, like, any sort of attack, or, like, any sort of effect, and you ask me if I could figure out a way to, like, have the character reasonably attempt to resist that with body, mind, or spirit, no matter the effect, I can give you an example of them doing it with body, mind, or spirit anyways. So it's like, so long as there's a reasonable explanation, and it is also positively changing the balance in most ways. Because then otherwise, you can just figure out what people, like, NPC characters' most likely weak stat is and just target it maliciously.
Exactly.
So it's like, there's certain levels of like, how gamey do you want it to be versus, like, and also think about it like this, where it can give you, like, a really great moment where there is, like, a mental effect going on, and you have, one of your player characters, one of the Mons, completely resists the effect by sheer force of will alone, even though, like, let's say it's like a weight thing where, like, all of a sudden they're feeling really heavy and sleepy, but, like, by sheer will alone they keep going, even if they would have failed the normal check.
Yeah, and I enjoy that kind of thing. Honestly, part of me is thinking that while we do have an evasion stat, who's to say that perhaps instead of trying to evade it, perhaps you could use Intimidate. Just outright sheer force of will stare them down and break their nerve on trying to attack you.
That's actually a thing that exists in Warhammer Fantasy, where, just like, to reference a different system where that's a thing, you can use skills and other things like that to defend yourself in battle. That is, like, aside from just, like, dodging or trying to block. You can roll something like Intimidate to just, like, straight up stare them down, like, daring them to even oppose you. You can, like, if they're... It depends on the situation, of course. But if, like, you're an academic and, like, someone else is attacking you over what you're saying, you could, like, berate them, like, with your academic skill in order to get them to comply if it's, like, a public setting, by, like, publicly shaming them. Like,
yeah.
Just stuff like that, where it's like, you can use any skill in the game to defend yourself in combat, so long as there is a reasonable explanation and your DM approves.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for here, is like, it's flexibility. And I'm going to be putting that in notes across the site once we get that going. Are just notes of, this is how this is meant to be a flexible system. While we are putting in rules of, okay, somebody's trying to attack you, so you roll evasion, and that doesn't mean that you are strictly evasion is what you're rolling. You could absolutely try and acrobatics. Yeah, technically acrobatics would work as well for evasion. But you can absolutely just try to dodge your way out of the way. You can just try and stare them down. And depending on whatever, like, etiquette, you could roll etiquette and be like, no, 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 you can't be doing it that way. You've got to have your pinky out, see? Oh, you don't have any pinkies? Well, I guess you can't attack me, can you?
Oh my god, this smug,
No, but,
wonderful voice. Can I bring out my hammer, please?
There is another point that I want to bring up in relation to this, where it's like, also if they want to be able to do this, they want to be able to use like their high level skill in a creative way in order to use it in combat. You're effectively forcing them to come up with minor RP for their character on how they're going to defend themselves besides just I dodge, I block, I do this, I do that. If you have to think up a creative use of a skill in order to defend yourself,
Exactly.
you're effectively being forced to go, hey, if you want to be interactive and you want to, you want to work with me here, you get to use your cool intimidate skill in order to, like, stop the attack.
We are going to be using the, there is a system in Exalted called the stunt system. Its whole thing is just simply, the cooler you describe your action, or the more creative, or whatever criteria the storyteller decides to use, the more dice you get to roll.
That's very cool.
So if you, like, because Exalted is meant more for, you are having big, flashy anime-style fights. So they outright push you to be more over the top and descriptive with everything. And, or at least, not necessarily every little thing, but they want to encourage that role play. And so if a player does put more effort in, then they get rewarded by the storyteller with bonus dice on that roll.
I've had various DMs like do minor versions of that, where like at one point I was doing a Mutants and Masterminds game that I was playing in, and I was playing like tough burly character. He was being attacked in a place where like there was like a really large table, and so he was fighting people with guns. So he flipped the table on its side, put his shoulder against it, and like shoulder charged using the table itself to like slam them through like the entire like set of people attacking him through the wall.
Absolutely. That is cool. That deserves bonus dice. Whereas in D&D, if you do something like that, they give you penalties.
Yeah, it's like that's an improvised weapon. You have to roll to see if you can set it like, and then it's just like, it's the sort of thing where like, did you ever look at that video that I sent you like a while ago about Buhurt?
Yes.
So, did you see like the amount of punching that goes on there?
Yeah.
Where like, yeah, so it's like one of the things where it's like every time that I get in combat, like I have to constantly resist the urge to like just say like I just try and pop him in the face with a punch, because it gets punished so hard in D&D if you're doing that.
Whereas Exalted, it's like, okay, cool. You've stabbed your sword into their gut, and now you're punching them in the face with your other hand. Give them a bonus. Don't penalize them for being creative.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's my opinion on the matter, where it's like, yeah, let's have it be so that way it has some fun but interactive ways that you can use some stuff.
We'll still have the baseline, physical moves, use body. Special moves, use mind. Status, effect, moves, use, spirit. Because it is good to have baseline stuff.
Yep. I mean,
We could-
because, like, having generalized rules, mentioned before,
Yeah.
but, like, there's always going to be some weird things. So, besides, if people really want, if people really want to make it to that way, a certain, like, let's just say, like, certain, like, status move, like, uses something else, they could totally just do that. What are we gonna do? Bust down their door and go like this is the this is the Pokemon TTRPG police. You can't do that.
Speaking of,
Like-
we need to come up with an actual name for this system.
I know. I almost said Pokeroll. I'm like, no, Pokeroll's an actual already existing thing, so I can't call it Pokeroll. But seriously, it's just like one giant thing where it's like, you know, on the list of things that really matters, it's like I don't think we need to be like that minute into the details where like we analyze every move. I think we just go if the Pokédex says it's a special move, it uses mind. If the Pokédex says it's physical, it uses body, and if it says that it's a status, then it uses spirit.
Alright, so we got that straightened out. Let's see. Experience point costs are still a thing that I am mulling over.
I mean, let's be realistic here. Whenever there's experience point costs, like, refining that has to just be playtesting.
Yeah.
That's just a playtesting area. You can't, like, okay, look, you can eyeball and go, you know, maybe. But in reality, it's like, you just gotta playtest it a bunch. Because it also depends, because, like, you know, if you're doing, like, XP, like, hey, are you going to also give, like, recommended totals for the DM to give? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because, technically speaking, almost, like, you know, minor adjustments needed, but, like, pretty much every single, like, XP, like version of XP can be, like, moved one way or the other just based on the amount of like XP that you give the party. But you know, it's just playtest. Playtest, put it in the hands of power gamers who will like sit there and do math for like 2 hours on the most optimal bullshit you can do.
Jaffer!
Are we speaking to Jaffer again?
Well, he's my power gamer. Like, he's got stories of...
I remember the time in 3.5 where I found where I made a shield do 22,840 damage per turn at level 12.
I don't actually need you to come up with anything right now, Jaffer. But I was just jokingly calling you because power gamer thing. But like one story Jaffer has shared with me is, I don't remember the specifics of the build and whatnot, but he went to this tournament, this Pathfinder tournament thing. And basically there were a bunch of an infinite number of goblins on an empty plane, and you make a level 20 character of your choice, and it's just a matter of killing as many goblins as you could. The goblins were spaced, they had a 5-foot square between each of them.
So they had an empty square.
Yes.
Do the goblins like reform and move closer?
No.
No. Okay.
And I and I don't remember the specifics of it. I'm sure Jaffer would be more than happy to fill in the specifics on how it worked. But the main premise here was Jaffer made a character that was guaranteed a crit on the goblins, and he was able to 5-foot step to each goblin, and so he took one turn. He technically, that character is still could still be killing goblins to this day.
Yeah.
Because that 6-second turn has not passed because he was killing one goblin, moving to the next, 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 infinitely.
Yep.
And you know how Pathfinder works. It's all taking place in the same 6-second interval, so...
You know, he's just the Flash. It's cool.
They wound up, because I think it was, there were 2 awards for that. There was one award for killing the most goblins, and another one for lasting the longest, I think. And they didn't want to give him both awards, because technically...
Well, technically, it's only been one turn.
Yeah, technically it's only been one turn. Longest survivor and most kills. Okay, yeah. The DM apparently said he was just a lawnmower.
Yeah.
But so they refused to give him the longest survival one, but he did get the most kills.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, this just sounds like a cleave party to me, if it's Pathfinder.
I think it was that. Just cleave over and over, and because of his class, he got to move before cleaving again, and all this other nonsense. Like, Jaffer is my go-to power gamer. The longest survivor was something like 3 years. Oh, okay.
You know what my first thought of, like attempting to piss everyone off would have been?
What?
Playing a class that like, you know, could effectively like erect barrier. I forget what it is, but like there's plenty of classes in Pathfinder, but like there's one class that I thought of where it's like, you know, you're kind of able to like erect like wards and barriers and all that, like as a ritual, and then like there's stuff to shorten ritual times to like basically nothing. So if you ritual cast like a barrier around yourself and you use like a bunch of different like time shortening stuff on rituals, you could technically make a character that the goblins could never kill, and then you'd have to rule that they would die by old age. And based on the average lifespan of goblins, technically speaking, the infinite amount of goblins could have had children, died, and like the children died as well. So technically, two infinities of goblins could die by old age by the time your character did. At least.
There was also another one Jaffer told me of a different tournament where it was basically going the furthest that you could into the dungeon. And Jaffer made a character where fire damage made the character duplicate.
Okay.
And they could cast a magic missile, and so he just had his main character sit in a lava pool in the first room, and he was just duplicating an infinite number of times. And his little clones were acting like a hive mind, and every time they'd open a new door, it would just be hundreds, if not thousands, of magic missiles going into the next room, killing everything in sight. And Jaffer broke his DM with that one, because the players literally just had the whole group at one point, because his characters could change color and stuff, they were literally playing Mario Kart on the ceiling. Because, you know, they hold one of their hive mind, so they think alike. They constantly are thinking to each other and stuff and share the same mind. Oh, okay. The
Jaffer.
race was Nith, and they can cast magic missile and reflect magic missiles.
That means, technically speaking, you could create an infinite ping pong field of magic missiles too.
Yeah. His group won, and basically only Jaffer did anything. The rest of them just played Mario Kart with his clones.
Yeah, that's about what I figured, Jaffer. Well, it's a shame that force damage is very hard to protect against.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing I could think of is, like, just imagine, like, someone casting shield even once during that and, like, completely ruining it.
Except that then they'd only get one turn, or maybe up to, like, 5 turns to live. And the original one is still back in the beginning. So he's just constant, like, sure, they might cast a shield, but it's only a matter of time before they run out of spell slots for shield.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah.
And there's an infinite number of Jaffers coming after them.
Yep. Nah, but the fun part about, like, the mass shield, like the shield, and then, like, being able to, like, mass do that is that it completely nullifies any damage by any magic missile, no matter the number. So you could literally have like an unstoppable force where, like, now they have to actually try and fight the
oh no,
the dragon.
No, because it casts shield, and then it gets a turn to blow up a group of them. And then when it's able to, when the next round comes along, there's another million Jaffers at the door throwing more magic missiles. So they throw up another shield, blast up those million.
Shield lasts multiple minutes, especially if you upcast it.
In Pathfinder, it does not outright block magic missile, though.
Yes, it does.
In 5th
Unless you're talking about
edition-
Pathfinder 2e.
No.
Then in Pathfinder, yes, it does, in fact, block all damage by magic missile.
I thought it just added extra...
No, it adds 4 AC and it blocks all
lasting,
damage.
Either way, it lasting multiple minutes, it still doesn't matter.
Well, it does, but only in technicalities.
Not in this situation. Because yes, it may take multiple minutes, or it may last multiple minutes, but you still are going to run out of those spell slots before Jaffer clones run out. Because they're still being produced.
Oh yeah, but the thing is then, you know, then there would be calculations of the dragon moving towards like, you know, the beginning of the dungeon, like through the massive clone field. And then it'd be like trying to see if it could reach the original by, like, in the few... It'd probably have like over an hour. It'd probably have like an hour to try it.
He was spawning close to 10,000 clones per turn.
I mean, yeah. But I am just saying, like, it isn't completely cut and dry. There would be further calculations.
Alright, RZ, sleep well.
Oh. See you, RZ.
And either way... Yeah, you would need to kill them all, not just the original. Sirio? No. I disagree.
Yeah, I disagree, because then you're ruling that, like, for example, like, Alakazam uses Spirit instead of Mind for, like, you know, Psychic-type moves.
Yeah. RZ, you are perfectly fine. I appreciate you letting me know in the chat, though.
Besides, it was a bullshit conversation anyways. I mean,
yeah.
We're just shooting the shit.
Mind does not mean intelligence, Serio. Like, if you look at 5th edition, no, I am not arguing that Charizards are smart. Mind does not necessarily mean intelligence. Even in D&D 5e, wisdom is considered a mental stat. So intelligence and wisdom would be lumped into mind together.
Yeah, they even give like straight up examples.
Yeah. Charisma is also considered a mental stat, but there's arguments that that's not really a mental stat, but it's still
technically
how
technically a
D&D is.
personality stat, but it's not physical, so.
Oh yeah, Jaffer really did do Pong with magic missiles.
Well, yeah, that sounds about right, considering the literal first thing I thought of was just, oh yeah, they could just bounce them back and forth infinitely.
Serio, spirit is more your strength of will than it is intelligence or wisdom or anything like that. Spirit is your personality. Are you saying that your personality impacts special attacks? I would disagree.
Syria, you also then have to consider that if we swap mind and spirit and what they do, then you are saying that status moves, like Growl and Toxic, for example, would be your mind instead of anything else. It would be your intelligence, is determining how well you can do something like agility or tail whip or things like that. So it's like, no matter what, there's little like things that are wonky. But it's like, based on what we think and like group consensus, is that body would be for physical, mind would be for special, and spirit would be for status. Okay, so it's a little disconnect here, Syria. We don't want to go, because we talked about this, where technically speaking, we should, like, if we wanted it to be completely accurate, we would go through move by move by move by move for every single move in the game and determine where they should go. Instead of doing that and, like, you know, individually picking apart every single Pokemon move in existence and determining where that should go based on what it says, instead, we're just going to do physical as body, special as mind, and then status as spirit. That
Not
also
only
gives
that,
you a hard and fast, like, loose set of rules that you can use to keep it straight in your mind as you're playing, and reducing the need to, like, go back and reference. It's just cleaner.
with what you are proposing here, Serio, there is also the consideration that we would then have to go through each Pokemon and say, okay, Charizard uses this move as a spirit move, and and Alakazam uses it as a mind move. We are going with this Sirio. Panthonea made a very strong argument of, I am the project lead on this. I am the one where the decision, I need to put my foot down. If we keep arguing over what attributes to use for various things, then we're going to get nowhere. I mean, I literally spent 2 weeks arguing back and forth over just what attributes to have. And and then what would we use mind for, Sirio? What use would mind have? If we go that route, should we just get rid of mind?
Also, Sirio, I think you mean tactical instead of strategic.
I know, Jaffer, and that's what we're doing here. We're keeping it simple. This is used by that is used by this, and otherwise, you know.
Besides, Sirio, I just want to point out, I think you're vastly underestimating the amount of status moves that are in Pokemon. You would advocate for us personally going through, arguing, discussing, debating, and having to agree on, like, triple-digit, like, levels of moves.
And not only that, there is also the fact that each Pokemon would use them differently. Again,
yes,
pointing out how a Charizard would use a special move compared to an Alakazam. Because you're right, a Charizard generally is not expected to be very smart. But it could be witty. It could have pretty decent wisdom.
Or it could even be plenty smart, but it just doesn't care about, like, appearing that way. Like, you can be cunning and smart and all that and still be fairly uneducated. You see, Sirio, that's the thing right there. The DM already has that power.
Yeah.
It's a tabletop RPG. The DM already has the power to look at these rules, go, you know what, this is dumb. Rip up half of the book, scribble on it in crayon, and make his own game. And you know what?
Kind of like what we're doing.
All the better for it. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
We're literally taking a poker roll, ripping it up, and scribbling around it.
Yeah, and besides, like, an important aspect is just the fact that, like, the DM always has their ability to make their own calls on the specific things. The problem is we're trying to keep the work investment that we have to do to get this off the ground to a reasonable and prudent level.
We're already going to have to go through every move to check for special effects such as imprison.
Yeah, I brought that up right away because I knew. By the way, I love that Pokeroll not only used the move, like kept the move, but buffed it.
Yeah.
all I'm gonna say is, like, I wouldn't have used it, but I absolutely would have been rolling up. Like, if I was a part of the group or whatever, I would be rolling up to Rygon, and I'd be like, okay, dude, look, you gotta change this. Like, it can't be. It can't be right there like that.
So, Sirio, are you saying that an Alakazam would use their spirit to attack instead of their mind? Let's flip this on its head.
Yeah, that's the exact thing that I brought up earlier, like right away. Alakazam using their spirit instead of their mind. Yes. Okay. I think it's fairly reasonable to say that you're mostly saying that to defend your point. Either that, or you don't know how, like, the Pokemon Alakazam, like, the Pokédex entries and all that for it. Okay, you're gonna have to explain to us how an Alakazam uses their spirit instead of their mind in order to use their psychic powers. I implore you to please, like, explain that for us.
I am now seeing why the Pokerole developers went with special as an attribute. I did not like that choice, so I decided to do away with it, but now I am seeing why. Because people will argue no matter what you do unless you just outright call it special.
Yep. But Sirio, okay. Think about it this way. What are psychic powers?
Mind is not just IQ. Mind is not intelligence. Please put that out of your head.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Jaffer. That's why I said literally triple digits of status moves to go and sift through.
And then we would have to go through all of them per Pokemon if we're going to be going this route.
Yeah, it's an exponential increase on itself. But Sirio.
Sirio, you brought up mind being intelligence when you said that Charizard is not smart. That Charizard is not intelligent. You said that.
Okay, let's go ahead and flip this again. Just because you want it to happen doesn't mean you have the ability to. It's like that isn't an actual, like, argument in terms of if it would use something or not. It's like, sorry, I'm not putting that the exact best way, and I know it, but it's like your exact argument can be flipped over and used against you because it's like, I mean, you obviously don't know what, like, the idea behind psychic powers are. Psychic powers are literally the powers of the mind. Not intelligence. You aren't, like, doing hypercalculus on the equation of the universe. That isn't what you're doing. It is that your mind, literally has powers. I mean, Jaffer, that's what we're doing anyways. We literally, that is literally what we're doing. But at this point, it's kind of like partly for the sake of the argument that we're continuing on with this. And it's like, if you continue down this line of thought, the only thing that should be used would be body, because, you know, your body is the only thing that's actually there, like, provably. So if you want to, like, keep going down this train, it's like, technically speaking, we should only use body then. But that's also, like, really boring.
We have already revamped the attributes. Like
Jaffer,
a dozen
no,
times.
So mind, body, and spirit are the ones that directly affect. There is also vigor and willpower. So there's actually 5 core stats. It's just that mind, body, and spirit are the 3 that govern the most things.
So, Jaffer, I sent you a link to the doc that I'm working on here. But our core stats are mind, body, and spirit. We do also have vigor and willpower. However, those are used in special ways. I'm considering them part of attributes, mostly because the HP is the total of all attributes. But as it is explained down below at the end of that section, primary attributes are body, mind, and spirit. Vigor adds to overall HP and can be temporarily spent to recover HP while adventuring. Allows rolling 1d10 to restore HP per dot spent during short rest. Willpower allows rerolls, but of entire roll, not just parts. Taking new results can only be used once per roll. Can use a point of vigor and willpower to restore HP mid-combat.
But yeah, so the way that it works is we do have body, mind, and spirit as like the 3 core attributes that actually govern like all the skills and the checks and all that, but we do have 2 more that are like basically like augmentative. Yeah. So we have 3 main ones that actually govern things, and then 2 that augment your ability to do these things.
Yeah, exactly, Jaffer.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
But Syria, the problem here is that what you're arguing is it will make one of those stats completely useless. Pointless to have at all.
Yeah, Jaffer, that's one reason that we went with this, and why I proposed using Spirit for status moves, because, you know, we already had the one where it was physical is body, you know, mental is or mind is special. So we had Spirit that wasn't really doing too much, and we had a type of Pokemon move that we hadn't given a stat. I mean, Sirio, nothing is useless in combat or is only able to be used for moves.
Our design here is so everything's got a purpose. Everything's got a purpose. Both in combat and out of combat. I would argue that Spirit has a far more useful purpose in social situations.
Yeah, after all, people interact with your personality, which is much more part of your spirit than your mind or body. And, you know, like, you can be as smart or as knowledgeable as you want. If you aren't socially confident, then people won't take you seriously in social situations. And confidence is a part of your spirit. I mean, this is the same kind of argument that revolves around intelligence, wisdom, and charisma in D&D. Where you can argue that one thing is more for one thing or another. And it's like, obviously, there's a point to what you're saying. Like, obviously, like, there are some, like, bits of truth in what you're saying. But also, it's like, you're looking at our broad generalization that we made for balance purposes, for general, like, yes, it mostly goes along these lines, and going, well, what about XYZ, ignoring...
Actually, Jaffer, I was thinking of switching to body, mind, and soul. Because that is actually what is used in the, whatever term it was that Panth used, I don't remember, but, they actually use soul rather than spirit. Which makes sense. I mean, 4-letter words across the board there. Yeah, spirit and soul, they're interchangeable, but...
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it mostly with mind, body, and spirit instead of mind, body, and soul, but, yeah. I mean, it's the same meaning. But it's just the problem where, like, whenever there's generalizations, there's always things where it's like, but that isn't right. And it's like, yes, it's technically not, but there's a method to the madness. Like, there's a reason that it's like that now. So
we're not saying that you're wrong, Sirio. We're saying that we are putting it this way because we have a broad use system.
And an important thing is also just, like, the devil's advocate. It was more just to show you that, like, what you're suggesting wasn't perfect either. So we have two different things where no matter what, it's not going to be perfect. And the one that we're going with, because obviously, like, you know, we discussed various different options that we had. And this is sort of just what we landed on because it has a thematic sense, a narrative sense, and a game balance sense.
I am 100% against the idea that social stats fall under mind.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that at all. It is absolutely your, like, personality.
Like, that one is 100% wrong.
Yeah, that, like, categorically, I will deny that social stats is your mind. Because do you know how many people that I know that are extremely smart but can't hold a conversation or explain themselves.
Most smart people are irritable. They it is a common trait for people that are smart. They have terrible social skills.
Yeah, trust me, I belong to one of those
Hell.
smart people clubs. They're horrible people to talk with half the time.
Look at politicians.
Oh yeah. Well,
You
now you're
cannot
calling
call most
politicians
of
smart.
You cannot call a politician smart. You
Yeah,
cannot
I mean,
say they're wise even. But they've got charisma.
Smart is a social stat in Pokeroll, but
Yes.
we're not playing. We're not. This isn't Pokeroll anymore. We've taken stuff from Pokeroll, and now we're, making our own system based on what we think and what we want. And
Pokeroll. So the problem in there is that is a contest stat.
Yes.
Pokeroll just wanted to put in the contest stats. Pokeroll, that is purely why they called them social stats, because yes, you could approach a situation in a smart way, a social situation. You could approach it in a cute way, a tough way. I don't remember the others right now. Cool is one of them. There's one more. But that does not mean that... With that, it is literally the social is split up into 5 different ways.
And, also, calling it smart, the reason they did that is just because it was a contest.
Yeah, literally.
Stat. Literally, that's the only reason. There are way better ways that you could do to describe that, but they just wanted to put the names in there.
And most of that was because, they literally came up with their own little board game for the contests. They definitely were focused on making sure contests were part of the system. And
Which is funny because they put more stuff in than the actual Pokemon devs for contests.
Yeah, they really did. I will say that board game looked very interesting, and I wouldn't mind trying it. But it was a literal board game with, Monopoly-style board game. Well, not Monopoly, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
you went around a board. But for Pokeroll, they literally just threw all of the contest skills together and called them social stats. That does not necessarily mean that it is something that would be realistically used.
Besides, part of this is also that, the thing that we want to do where you're able to use skills outside of their strict use case scenarios, which is why we aren't giving them strict use case scenarios. And so, if you want to take one of your knowledge skills and you want to use that socially in order to, let's say, prove you know what you're talking about, or to, slip into a conversation between academics, you could just, so long as the DM's fine with it, you could just do it.
That is a point here, is that we're not focused on that sort of thing. Yes, there are going to be things that are the typical route to go for each role. It's going to typically be mind, social, and academics. So now I'm seeing why social may not have been a very good idea for the name, because it doesn't fit perfectly. But none of this really necessarily fits perfectly. But it's meant to be a nice, broad use categories on everything. But we still need a baseline. We need that
Yeah.
baseline of this plus this plus this.
Because, again, the DM can always change things to their liking. In fact, we encourage
Yeah.
the DMs to change things to their liking. Like, you're the one running the game. We're just making, like, the baseline system. People don't play D&D with, like, exact base rules very often either. It's just, we're making...
Serio, rage quitting is not the answer.
I mean, we're just trying to, like, explain the thought process behind what we're doing here, why we're making these decisions, and include you in on the conversation. Like, we've even admitted multiple times that certain parts of your argument we actually agree with, but there's a specific reason we're not going with it. It's like, yes, a Charizard is not exactly known for being smart, and mind may imply that they have, like, some level of smarts, but not necessarily. But, it's like, there are certain parts of your argument that we absolutely agree with. And I know because, like, there's been conversations, like, behind the scenes where this sort of stuff was discussed. But...
Well, not really behind the scenes. They've all been right here.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, like, also in the chat for it, there was, like, some light discussion as well. Because there was the in the Discord server, the channel for it that had some conversation in it.
We're going to be continuing with this. I am going to exercise my status here as the project lead here. It gives each of the main attributes a use. And if the DMs disagree, then they can do something else. I absolutely am going to be putting in a little, one of those little note boxes like you see in every tabletop book that says, this is how this is the baseline, but feel free to change it as you see fit.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it, like Rule 0, the Golden Rule, whatever term you want to use. It's like...
Anyways, let's see here.
So what was this thing about the whole ranking up moves? Because I know it's tentative, but, like, I just want to hear you explain it.
So Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, the video games, at least most of them have a thing where the more often you use a move, the stronger it gets.
Yes.
I'm not sure about using that, though, because of the fact that that's a lot to keep track of.
Yep. I mean, I think...
Actually, Sirio, that concept was in the original Blue Rescue Team. That's where I got the idea for some of these stats. Yeah. I don't know about Red Rescue Team because I never played it, but Blue Rescue Team was basically just a remake of Red Rescue Team. I actually looked it up on Bulbapedia. It's a tentative... It's something that I'm going to include as an optional rule. The ranking up moves. This will be something that, hey, if your party is particularly fond of this, then here you go. Here's what we figured out for this. It is part of Mystery Dungeon. Have fun. But this is not baseline part of the system.
One thing that I was thinking of here is that, so, like, that's a lot of different levels to keep track of to, like, see, you know, what rank your move is. So, like,
Well,
just thinking about it.
As
It's
far as
like,
that goes, um, one sec.
no, you're fine. But I was just gonna suggest, like, what if we just used, like, the first three? And, like, you know, change the name around a little bit, but, like, the first three, pretty simple, -1 accuracy, standard, +1 accuracy. I mean, I want to hear you, like, you know, say your side of it. That's just what I was thinking, where it's like, because 5 levels, and you have to keep track of every single move that you know and what level they're at and how many hits they're at, and
Those were pulled from the games.
yeah.
Well, kind of. Like, we came up with this list. But either way, it's an optional move. They can keep or drop any number of these that they want.
Yeah.
They don't.
I'm just worried about the bookkeeping level for doing this in a in an RPG game.
What do you mean?
So in order to, like, properly use this, every single time that you hit an enemy with an ability, you then also have to go and bookkeep on, you know, your, like, you know, adding in an additional hit onto each move that you use and, like, all that sort of stuff.
Yes, but it's still an optional rule.
Yes.
I am not going to include any of this into the baseline.
Alright.
Because even keeping track of 3 hits or 15 hits is still quite a bit.
Yeah.
So, all of it is purely optional role. Okay, well, even if it was introduced later, it kind of doesn't matter because it is part of the main. It is standard with. Yes, move linking. We are not going to have that in this system. That invites, just like in Blue Rescue Team, that invites way too much opportunity for breaking.
Yep. I mean, like, look, even just the thought of having move link, I could already think of, like, multiple different moves to cause, like, extreme bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, even something as literally simple as, obviously, there's, like, when it comes to the Pokeroll system and this, like, creative applications of things have additional effects. So,
Yeah.
like, let's say you just straight up used, like, Water Gun and Lightning Bolt at the same time as a linked move. It's like, what do you think's gonna happen? I mean, it's fairly self-evident what would happen if you did that.
Mm-hmm. Multi-actions are something I'm still debating. I don't know if I like that. And I like that suggestion, Chrisovs. Meld them together. That is a good idea. Which is something that I want to come up with some basic suggestions for. Like,
Yeah.
to make them not as overpowered as it would be as using 2 moves at once. Yeah, melding moves is definitely something I could see doing. Linking 2 full-powered moves together, not so much. Because I doubt that Carcerus does, you know, link 2 moves. I doubt that he just takes, okay, you're linking Tackle and Scratch. They both have 40 power, and now together they do 80 power. I doubt he does that. Yeah, exactly, Chris. Hi there, freshly baked croissants. That would be 50. Why?
I was gonna warn you, but, you know. I wanted to see if he could pull it off. And they
Doesn't really
did.
work.
I don't know, I think it works. I think they got you.
No, something like trying to get me to say, stun seed backwards would be getting me if I were to do that.
How's that?
Well, say stun seed backwards then.
I'm afraid I'm not over by my computer.
You're talking just fine. You do, yeah. Look, I agree with Croissant here. I think he got you.
Okay.
I mean, it would look. At what point did you not suspect someone randomly asking what 25 plus 25 is wouldn't be a bait for something?
I mean, I figured it was a bait for something. Doesn't mean that it really works. Let's see here. Ah, right. I was going to... down here... actually... it'll be a tentative roll as well. Something to play around with the idea of... Where'd my cursor go? There it is. Okay.
Yep. I don't care which one. But yeah, I'm actually fairly happy with the revisions we got tonight, Zim.
Oh, yeah. I am very happy
I command
with
pure
this.
chaos! Kinda.
Arceus has turned Taldarius into a Clefairy. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
Clef.
I had to.
Clefairy.
Alright, your pack's been sent. Alright, here's something that should be more fun. And less controversial.
Fairy.
Oh, thank you, Sirio. So the idea that we had of giving basically racial bonuses depending on the typing of the Pokemon. Like, for example, steel types having bonus soak, which would be outside of the dots. So, like a pure steel type would have, say, 2 bonus in soak. Which Serio soak is going to be basically, that is how much damage you take before. It basically negates damage. It's your defense stat, basically. We can also give Pokemon, based on their typing, some extra special abilities as well. I haven't thought this entirely through, Serio. The only one that came up was steel types having bonus soak.
Right, that's me.
It's going to be a tentative thing, but I kind of like the idea of it.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has a lot of potential.
Serio? So, for example, with the distinction for dual/single type, you would have a less powerful version if you were dual type with something else. So, say, a fighting steel type, fighting might give you a bonus. You might get 1 bonus to brawl, while steel would give you 1 bonus to soak. Whereas if you're a pure steel type, you would have 2 bonus to soak.
Yeah, basically, sort of if you're monotype, you get a stronger version of that, like, specialization type bonus.
Yeah.
That way, you know, you could choose between, well, not choose, but, like, you know, you either get 2 weaker passives or 1 stronger passive.
Yeah. And that way, instead of going through, and it gives Pokemon a little bit more distinction without us having to go through each Pokemon and come up with, okay, Charmander would get a +1 to this, Charmeleon would get a +2 to that, Clefairy would have a +1 over here. We just go by types.
If it's not obvious, we want to, at basically any cost, avoid having to parse and troll through the entire Pokédex and individually deciding things per Pokemon.
I will also say, one of my goals with this system is to make it broad enough that it could be easily used for other things as well. For example, Digimon. If we make it broad enough, like, yeah, Digimon's gonna take us some finagling to fit it into this system, because they have different ways that they do things. But if we keep it broad enough on how things function, it could be done.
Besides, we're making an adaptable system, so wanting it to be adaptable is, like, part of the goal. I mean, personally, I don't really care too much about Digimon, like, just as a personal level, but that doesn't mean that I don't want the system to be able to accommodate.
You know, this sounds like it's going to need a whole lot of prototyping. So about that Cubone.
To be fair, Zim, I did specifically talk about how this is going to require a lot of playtesting.
I am aware of that. Taldarius, thank you for volunteering to DM some playtest sessions.
Okay, that's fine. I'm a DM anyways. What do you think you're going to do? Threaten me with being a DM?
Jaffer, when we're saying that's actually a good point. I should clarify this. Let's just do this. Racial type bonuses.
Or just say
Inputs.
type, or like, like type passives.
Ooh, I like that. We'll still include the racial for now, but type passives, yeah. Basically, Jaffer, we're gonna go through each type and come up with a weak and a stronger variant of a passive that each one will get. For example, steel, if you're pure steel type, you could get a +2 bonus to if you're a pure steel type, you could get a +2 bonus to your soak. And if you are steel fighting type, you might get a +1 bonus to brawl and a +1 bonus to soak.
Basically, well, okay, look, Sirio, I hope you can do that anyway as a fire type. You literally start fires.
I will say some DMs are particular about that.
I mean,
that would be that's not a bad idea at all, Sirio.
Yeah. But we are trying to make it clear that this system rewards creative use for things.
Because one thing to point out is that you don't. A lot of fire types and other types don't actually start with one of their moves. One of their type moves.
Yeah, that's fair. But you also want your. You also really want racial passives to be something that is usable early game and late game. So it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea.
I like that grass type bonus. That grass type advantage there.
Yep, that would be a pretty decent grass type. That's always going to be useful.
But
especially
instead of throwing a bunch at me, let me start getting this filled out, and then we can.
Yeah.
So I can make notes before we forget.
Yeah, but get to it before I start cracking the whip at you, Zim.
Yeah.
Type.
God, this is making it. Can I just get each?
You could probably get each type and have it be alphabetical.
I totally just let the internet do the work for me.
Look, Google Foo is the most important skill to have.
I'm too tired to think up, to sort these myself alphabetically, so I just let the internet do it.
Thank you for the help. But, we want it to be alphabetical.
Oh wait, normal would go right here.
Is there any reason you don't use pageless?
Don't use what?
Pageless?
No, there's no reason I don't.
Okay.
Mostly because I'm not sure. Oh.
So that way there isn't massive breaks like this.
Fair point.
If you go up to File. File is how you would do it, I think. Either that or... I'm pretty sure it's File.
It is not in File.
File, page setup. File, page setup, near the bottom.
Better idea. Because I don't mind there being pages, but
Oh yeah, but
make them
it's
smaller.
actually better if they have pages, but just for like, I actually completely removed the gap between my
There, that's
between
better.
my pages. Yeah, at least now it's readable.
You make a good
Without, like-
point, Chris. I think there is a way to sort alphabetically. I know how to do that in Sheets, but not on the docs. But either way.
I only know how to
can
do that in Excel.
double-click.
I don't know about.
Yeah, I only know how to do that in Excel/Sheets. Oh, thank you, Chrisoffs. Or Sirio, sorry. I was looking at Chrisoff's name and while thanking Sirio. I apologize.
Yep. I was gonna bring it up. That's what I do. I just keep it on that, so that way there's the little dashes instead of where, you get to see everything at once, and there's still pages.
Okay, why is this list not in alphabetical order? Okay, most of it is in alphabetical order, but now I gotta go double check instead of just copying.
Yep.
Because they put rock and steel at the bottom of the list for some reason after water.
Yeah, no, I don't get it. So make sure you put steel in.
I know, and rock. Okay, grass would actually go after ghost. But before ground. Okay, then rock. There.
Woo.
Couldn't respond immediately because work, but don't you mean rock and stone, brother?
Rock and stone to the bone. If you don't rock and stone, then you ain't coming home.
Speaking of rock, give me that Geodude. Okay. So I like the idea of an actual ability plus a stat adjustment.
Yep.
I
definitely like that as well. It gives some extra utility, and it means that, stuff that, may not be useful in every circumstance, you also still get like a minor bonus to something.
Well, the minor is... No, I don't want to go that route, Jaffer. I mean, I guess we could do...
What if you made it so that way if it's a dual type, you have to choose which ability you take?
Well, for one example of something that I was thinking is like ghost types, they will just by default be able to phase through things. Regardless of if they are... Like, it is subject to DM approval and whether you can phase through various things, obviously, but that is a very common thing among ghost types, but it's not actually reflected in the rules anywhere.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's where these would come in, is, okay, ghost types can phase through things. But, like, for example, Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar can all phase through things. It's very clear in the anime, but they are actually ghost poison type.
What if you get the ability by... Oh, you know what? Never mind. That was a dumb suggestion.
Special abilities depending on the moves, you know?
Yeah, Jasper, this is what that's what I was thinking too. Like, I'm trying to be very careful in what I say because this is the shit where I would like sit down and like go, all right, here's the grease. Where can I rub this?
Okay. Note to self. Include a note to storytellers to be careful of power gamers.
You know it, baby. You know it.
Introduce power gamers.
Look, if I can get like some very good stat changes and some very good minor abilities along with getting amazing coverage, and like for example, like my first thought is no matter what bonus, literally no matter what bonus you give for normal type, I would try and go for like Hisuian Zoroark with ghost normal typing, specifically because you have ghost normal typing, which is a fucking insane typing. You know, you're gonna have like a lot of great stuff, and you get the ability to phase through walls. Like, there's a lot of utility there. And then obviously there's like when it's all laid out, there's gonna be like so much stuff where it's like, hey, if I get this one extra stat on Brawl, that means that I'm like X% more effective in like literally every single combat, and I can stack it with like this certain thing, and now all of a sudden I'm coming out of character creation with like a shit ton of Brawl.
Yeah.
And it's
Jaffer,
like,
I don't want to do attribute bonuses just because of the fact that there's only... Technically, there are 5 of them, but there are 16 types, and so we would most likely have several of them be repeated. We would probably have like 5... It would probably be split 5, 5, and 5 between them. Or at least the 3 big ones.
As far as the phasing through walls thing goes, the previous accounting that I use and stuff that I run,
I can barely understand you, Tanya.
yeah, you are talking through a tin can.
Yeah, I know. I just killed the background noise. Anyways, something that I do as far as the ghost thing for phasing through walls for balancing it is just have an in-canon material that is immune to that sort of thing. That's something that can be used innocuously. So anytime that you don't want them to be able to get into a certain area, if you want them to complete a puzzle or whatever, you build the structure out of that or have it contain elements of it.
Yep.
Bouncy along the roof.
Okay, Rygon.
Rygon, you are incredible, but you should go ahead and get some actual sleep.
You should get sleep.
What do you think I've been doing?
This is not sleep.
That's sleep.
No, it's not.
It's my sleep.
Okay.
What time is it? Let me check.
5:22 Eastern Standard.
7:30 a.m. Pacific.
It's 3:22. That means I've gotten 2 hours.
You
Rygon's
need more
gonna
than
be
that.
gone during work tomorrow.
What's up?
I made a joke saying Rygon's gonna be gone during work tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe.
There is no Rygon, only awake.
Huh.
Poker roll. It's been interesting seeing what you all have been talking about, but I'll be honest, yeah, I've been asleep for like the past bit.
I mean, I fully admit, like, I was doing the 75% asleep until you finished your session.
I'm glad I could help.
Yeah, I know, right?
So what?
Yeah.
Did you take down notes for the latest session, right?
Oh yeah, no, totally, I did.
Okay, what was your favorite part?
My favorite part was the thing where you mentioned the doggy-shaped trail in the snow. Like he literally said, or it was like I think it was puppy shaped. It was
Yeah.
it was puppy shaped. The puppy shaped trail.
Something tells me
That
my
gave me a good
players,
chuckle.
my players, I don't think trust me. They still doubted like where that puppy shape may have come from.
I know, right? I'm like, okay, that's clearly what he's talking about, but they did not trust you. Okay, hey there, critics. I'm doing all right, and yourself? Okay. Let me make these notes.
I don't think fire types can walk on lava. First of all.
Okay.
Like.
Fly.
And now.
Slow down. Slow down. I disagree about fire types not being able to walk on lava because that is something that is in the Mystery Dungeon games. N21, hello there. The Durek next to me is Taldarius, my latest acquisition.
Yes, I have been acquired.
Speaking of, let me know your neck size so I can get you a proper collar.
Well, if you wanna do the whole thing, just so you know, I need 7 and 7/8 sized hats in order to fit around my head. In case you want to go for like the whole thing. I need 7 and 7/8 to 8. Otherwise, it won't fit.
You know, I like
the
that.
The reason that I said that I disagree about walking on lava is because lava is the liquid form. If it's solid, it's magma.
No, it's magma if it's underground. It's lava if it's above ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, but lava is also referred to as liquid magma.
And I'm sure it could be the other way around too.
The Durek is Taldarius.
Fire is just gaseous magma.
Hi, I'm doing very good. I've been up all night, been doing random things, like helping Zim here make his system. And arguing with strangers on the internet over trivial things.
Well, that's what you do every day.
I know,
that's what
right?
everyone does every day.
Like,
how dare you say that it's just tonight? You do that every day.
Yes, that is in fact true. But you say that like it's a bad thing. I keep you company.
Alright. I like the idea of movement-based or something, or similar to movement-based stuff. Jaffer, I do like that idea. Alright, so we got Bug. Can climb
Also, yes, hello
walls.
fellow Durg, I am doing good.
No, you are doing well.
No, I'm doing good.
Oh, okay.
It's because I'm doing good work here. Get caught.
Fire.
If you were streaming, I'd throw a Pokeball at you.
Immune to non-move fire. We're going to specify non-move fire. We'll just say fire damage. So if the fire type wants to go sit in the fireplace, go for it. And that would also, in turn, include the ability to, walk through lava.
So
not
long as you
walk
don't go
on,
under it.
but walk through.
Yes. Just don't drown.
Jaffer, I don't think I'm going to specify artificial structures. Environmental fire effects might be a better way to put it.
See,
yeah,
I
because
would
there are
approve of-
weapons.
I was about to say there's weapons too, though, so
Yeah.
environmental fire damage doesn't include, like if you light a stick on fire and like try to use it as a torch.
Well, to be fair, if you're a fire type and you get hit with that, you're more getting hit with a stick than you are getting hit with a fire.
Yeah, but you wouldn't take any fire damage, even if it's just plink damage.
Well, exactly, but you're still getting hit with a stick.
Oh no, I never said immunity to the stick. I just meant like the fire part of it.
Yeah.
Now I know how to get around fire type immunity. I'll just hit you all with sticks.
Besides, that implies I'd be a fire type. I'd obviously go for dark. Dark type, best type. I'll throw up that hashtag. I'll throw up that gang sign. Dark type, best type.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, that's why I like you, Ragon. You have excellent taste.
Yeah, I'd go for water type, but I'll be frank. A lot of the designs for water types suck.
Yep. Just so you know, we don't have resistance, really. I mean...
Yeah.
So, like, I know there's resistance in the actual Pokemon games where it's like half damage, but we've done it a different way here, so...
And also, there's the fact, like, in the Pokemon games, as Serial brought up, you can walk over / through lava as a fire type with 0 damage.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm going to hit you with a stick.
Okay. Slow down a bit. Let's go through these one at a time. I'm getting a lot of suggestions, and I can only type so fast and see so fast and stuff.
On the plus side, you're getting a lot of good crowdsourced stuff.
Oh, yes. Definitely.
Well, yeah. Why do you think I keep asking people for their theories and stuff? It's because I can't come up with any of my own.
I know that I was feeding part of your imagination with my wild theories, and that's one reason that I made them.
Well, yeah, because material can always be improved upon.
Yeah. No, but in all seriousness, I do hope that the notes I made for you help you out, Ragon.
Yeah, I think they were useful. There are a couple of other areas I'd like to work with you on.
Of course.
But I think you've got the wherewithal that I could start bringing you in and integrating you into the workflow process.
Yep. I mean, part of the difficulty process with that is like really open-ended assignment for like, you know, hey, take notes, make theories.
Well, that's exactly it.
Yep.
I'm going to give you an assignment, and I'm just going to see how you do with it.
Yep.
And it's very basic. It's just I want you to come up with an encounter and a map related to that encounter. That's it.
Just so that way we have it for, you know, propriety. Like, can you just like message that to me?
Oh yeah, I guess I have my phone here. I guess I don't.
Oh, okay, yeah, nice, yeah.
Jaffer, on that front, like, I can definitely agree that Ghost is looking very strong with the phasing ability. Like, even without flight, it's still going to be strong. Even if we make it only artificial stuff, it's still going to be exceedingly strong. And even then, with artificial, there's arguments to be made of, okay, this is hewn rock. Does that count as artificial or natural?
That's what I was gonna bring up. Also, I will say, like, if it's mostly just like completely whatever it is, whatever you want, as long as it's not like one special material, that also introduces byplay for villain. Like planning, like let's say like, hey, I am big bad villain guy, and like, you know, I know that the people coming after me have ghost types, so they're gonna like try and like scout out with the ghost type. So like the first like layer of walls like doesn't quite have the material, but then like they go through, they hit the material, they try and turn around, and like they're like it drops down like a sheet of that material and it like traps them between the walls, yada yada. Like obviously, like, you know, that plan is kind of dumb, but just to like point it out, there's like there's stuff that you can do so long as there's a material that they can't phase through. Because it's like, you know, what if it's a town that's made in like a cliff face, and like they chiseled all of their buildings out of the rock. And like, is that natural or artificial? And it's like, what is it about like if you make a house out of cobblestone that would make it artificial and no longer be impenetrable to ghost types?
Yeah. I'm going to stick to this idea. I like the idea of just leaving it up to the storyteller. Putting a note in here that your ability to phase through X, Y, or Z is going to be up to the storyteller.
Yeah, I mean...
Well,
But no, I do agree with you, like, on, like, the principle of it, Jaffer. Like, obviously, like, this is, like, straight up kind of... It's kind of, like, way too strong, but also, like... At some point, like, the restrictions placed on it feel, like, super arbitrary and, like, has a lot of gray area. Because, like, if we make it so that way it's artificial only, then we also have to include a segment on exactly what is considered artificial versus natural, and clearly delineate edge cases, and...
There's a lot of ways you could limit something like this.
Yeah.
One of them, for example, is you could limit it to a per day basis. 3 times a day. That's all you could do. Artificial material, roll random die to see if it works, stuff like that.
I mean, maybe make it an even amount. That way, if they go in, they can leave, but, you know.
I don't want to do something like that. I think just subjecting it to storyteller per instance,
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that that's something you have to do. I'm just saying there's a lot of ways a storyteller could restrict something like this without it necessarily breaking up flow.
Yeah,
I think you're fine just introducing the idea and letting storytellers take it from there.
Yeah. Like, I could absolutely just put in a little note on the side being like, offering some suggestions like you do with the D6 to see whether I succeed or not.
I mean, there could be, like, a thickness rule. Where, like, if it's beyond a certain thickness, they can't go through. Like, if it's like, hey, this is a literal foot of material, you can't get through this.
And that's why ghosts will never be able to go through my ass.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
dude, Rygon got the dumpy.
Moving on. The problem with saying that is, like, what if a ghost type wants to phase into the ground and then come up elsewhere?
So,
like,
I mean,
what I would do is for something like that, I would actually put in a directional issue. So you can go into the ground, you can pop back up, but when you're underneath the ground, you don't exactly know where you're going. So now you got to roll a die to see if you even pop up near the area that you want to pop up in.
Or you can enter materials that are more than a foot thick, but you can't, like, pass through. Where it's like, you know, if it's more than a foot thick, like, you can enter it, but you can only leave in the same direction that you came in at.
Actually,
that way you can't, like, phase through.
Chris Hobbs brings up a good point. I believe there are some move animations where they literally sink into the ground and then come up behind the enemy to attack. I think Shadow Sneak is one of those.
Yeah, it is. That's the animation.
But they fully submerge into the ground with Shadow Sneak.
Yeah.
I am content to just say, put in what I put here, and let it be up to the storyteller to take it from there. Keep it broad, but and just very firmly say, the storyteller has the final say.
Yep. I mean, that's what I was kind of, like, advocating for the entire time, where it's like, yeah, it's strong. It's way too strong, but
it is very strong, but the storyteller
point, like,
can limit it. Because we
yeah,
can't come up with every situation.
And
but
also,
it
it's just straight up, like, one thing where it's like, how many subsections would we need to put of, like, clear and articulate like verbiage to like make sure the exact situations in which they could do it are known and understood, and yada yada yada. Like we gotta make. We would have to do like so many different areas where like we're defining stuff and like, hey, this is what's considered
So-
this is what's considered why.
Yeah.
So I'm perfectly fine with it,
Sirio,
yeah.
D&D rules give damage if you end your turn in something if you are not ethereal. And it depends on the situation, but like ghosts ending their turns in something, as far as I don't remember there being anything saying that they take damage. Simply because they can stay ethereal as long as they want.
But again, that's up to storyteller, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then, like, the games do have it where you can literally phase through the entire map if you're playing as a ghost type. Anywhere that you want. But you do consume hunger much faster going through it. However, we don't have a hunger stat, and I do not want to put in a hunger stat of, okay, you moved 1 square, that's going to be a tick off of that. That's why I just want to leave it up to the storyteller. We don't need to come up with that. The storyteller can, as Rygon has in our Pokeroll game.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, I think basically everyone can very reasonably look at a situation and can determine if a ghost should be able to go through it easily or not.
Yeah.
I mean, like, let's be real, like, common expectation is like, hey, you want to phase through a wall? It's like, yeah, sure, why not? But it's like, hey, you want to, like, literally walk through, like, the entire, like, mountain wall in order to get into the enemy base? It's like, that's kind of a tall ask, dude.
And not only that, but you've also got to consider, yes, you can walk through the entire wall of the enemy base and get right into the end chamber, but that encounter is meant for your entire party, not just you.
Yep. Yeah, but it's also like, you know, that's kind of a big ask. Like, you don't even know where you're going, man. You don't even know what, like, the inside of this place, like, really looks like.
Yeah. So I don't think realistically many players are going to abuse that. Maybe for scouting, like Jet.
Oh, it's abusable. Oh man, it's so abusable, dude. I could think of multiple ways to like completely abuse this, but like, it's not. It's not like so much of a problem, especially considering that it's like literally written into the rule is, hey, look, dude, your DM has like final say on what you can do with this.
Technically, anything can be abusable if applied correctly. This is just easier
Correct.
to abuse than others.
Yep. Like I can already think of like multiple things where it's like, hey, technically speaking, if you can like phase through materials, no problem. It's like, hey, look, a fist is a material. You could just like go ethereal technically. That's bullshit, and the DM would never allow it.
Yeah.
But,
well, I mean.
But I'm just saying, like, if you want to. Okay, since technically speaking, you didn't do the natural versus artificial materials thing, and there's no definition on what a material is, there was an argument to be made as a rule bender that attacks and enemy bodies are materials that can be phased through, and thus you kind of just can't be hurt.
I will say that Rygon has allowed Jet to do that. However, it was more of an evasion tactic.
Yeah. No, but I mean, like, literally as, like, a permanent status effect if they just, like, go ethereal.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, because technically speaking, like, fire, it's a material. Rock, it's a material. Like, pretty much everything's, like, a material of some sort.
Why did this just reset?
So, it's like...
Joke.
Jaffer, I'm going to say keep it as limited flight. Because...
I mean, if it's listed as hover, then you also have to like go like how high up above the ground do they hover? Like if they go off of a cliff like a single millimeter, do they suddenly like pop down to the bottom of the floor at the same hover height? It's like
No,
give it some wiggle room.
They
That's
do
fine.
it just like Wile E. Coyote style, just like they
Yeah.
look down, look up, raise a little sign, and then fall towards the ground.
So as
No,
long as
but,
they
like-
don't look down, they can just hover in that on that Z level as
On
long
that
as
plane
they
of
want.
existence, yeah.
But
No, but like in
I'm
all
keeping the
seriousness,
flight because it does make sense in the games. However, I'm not going to give them a bonus to any of their abilities. Because the phasing by itself is a strong thing, so they're not going to get a bonus to one of their abilities.
But yeah, like just as that is written, it's like obviously like it's so abusable, but also like the DM can just say no. Like we're not making a hard system here. We're making a very soft system.
And we have spent the last like 30 minutes just arguing about ghost type bonus.
Yep, and Jaffer, like in that instance, then we'd have to make rules for slow falling and like high jump.
Yeah.
Personally, what I would just simply state is you could just put on a very short list of possible Pokemon-like abilities that could be utilized. So phasing, flying, stuff like that. And just simply state, we will not be attaching anything to any of these. This will be up to the storyteller to determine if they want to include and how. And leave it at that.
Oh yeah, this whole system here is going to be an optional rule.
Yeah.
Well, well, exactly. I mean, there's no need for us to argue on any of this because
Yeah.
ultimately it doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, just because it's not a part of the base system doesn't mean that we shouldn't discuss and do a good job on it.
Well, that's
All
what
right.
I mean. If this is going to be up to the storyteller anyway, then
Yeah.
eh.
This
Yeah,
in
but we, like-
particular is up to the storyteller.
Yeah. I don't remember what you are, so I'm gonna try and catch you.
Okay.
Not you, I know what you are.
Well, he changes
Oh,
all the
am I?
time, so you can't
Oh,
really
yeah.
know.
Oh, okay.
Although I'm sure by the time everything is said and done here, I'll just be known as the Nine Tails dude.
No, but the reason that I said I know what you are is just because like on your stream thing, it's like change my evolution, so I just know at any given point you're one of the evolutions.
Mm-hmm.
Until he adds other Pokemon.
True.
That is true. I've been several things.
Oh, now I remember
Okay.
what this shit is. I actually had a shiny Carbink once, and now I don't know what happened to it. I feel bad. I had a shiny version of this, and I didn't even remember what the Pokemon was until someone explained it.
Okay. So, moving on here. Dark types. What do we want to give them?
There's a few things that could be gotten. One of them is obviously you can do the edgelord thing of blending into shadows.
Yeah.
One that kind of comes to mind though is stoicism, the ability to handle bad events better than others.
I want something that's a mechanical side.
I was about to say, like, then we'd have to define the mechanics of that, and
That's
Well,
definitely not
if
a bad
you really
idea.
wanted to,
yeah, no,
if
it's
you
a
really
great
wanted
idea.
I mean, if you really wanted to just put it down to a mechanic side, you could always make the suggestion of, okay, maybe they can resist like 1 point of damage no matter what. Or if an event happens, then they get to like say re-roll the dice in order to have a good outcome possibly happen.
Could say that they're immune to the fear status.
There is no fear status.
There's no fear, yeah.
Should be,
I
but
mean,
there
like
isn't.
the luck thing just sounds straight like Absol specifically, but you know we're not doing a specific Pokemon.
Yeah,
But
and I
that
totally
doesn't-
get that. That does sound like that.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea for something that they can have.
I mean, obviously they should have like dark vision. That's
Oh,
like
yeah.
kind of like. I mean, that's part and parcel, like, right? Does everyone agree that like dark vision would be part and parcel?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that would make sense. It kind of reminds me of like over in D&D and Pathfinder though, where like every race can see in the dark except humans.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of my problem with it, is that it does feel more of a not type sort of thing.
Yep. You know what's something that I just technically realized? You know how Shadow Sneak puts you behind your target? Right, like you know how Shadow Sneak like puts you behind your target?
I mean, I'm all with you. I don't know the mechanics, so I'm gonna say sure.
Oh, well, like, you know, part of the thing about Shadow Sneak is that, like, you appear behind your opponent. What if you, like, Shadow Snuck a wall, and that way you would just be on the other side of the wall? It technically works.
Technically does, and that's a creative use of it.
Yep. I'm just pointing, I just thought about that. It's super funny to me. I don't know why. Shadow Sneak a wall to get behind a wall.
How about for ghost types, going back to them real quick, we give them a -1 to body.
You know what? That would actually be super balanced.
Yeah.
Sagan?
A -1 to body.
Okay. To kind of naturally state that like they are made of shadowy stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, -1 to body. Yeah, that's actually like a perfect idea. It gives it a negative to get like the extremely strong ability. Just to go over, we are doing immunities, right? Because I just saw it brought up, and I think we are, but yeah. So yeah, guys, we are doing immunities. And that's part of the, like, running immunities is part of the reason that I thought that I brought up just like straight up ghost normal type, because it's such a good typing.
Okay, here we go. -1 body. If starting with only 1 dot, second dot will cost 20 XP to get instead of 10. Proceed as normal after. So you can still have a strong body stat, but at character creation, at least you will have that -1 to your body stat.
There's a hurdle to get over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, so for dark, definitely write down the whole like night vision thing or dark vision.
I'm not going to include that just because there's so many Pokemon you could argue would have that.
I mean, I guess.
Well,
but...
you could always put down to see even in like say magical darkness or something like that. They can this is a power where you can see in darkness.
Unnatural darkness.
Yeah,
Because I don't know if
see
magical
in
would be the right
unnatural.
word, but like unnatural would be a good descriptor.
Yeah.
Real quick, I want to say to you, Sirio, the stat adjustments don't count towards level up cost. What do you mean by that, Sirio? And also to respond to your suggestion for the dark type bonus there, I don't want to do that because
that's really mingy. I'd abuse that. I'd abuse that so hard.
It's something that can be abused, but it can also feel, because unless you're running a party of full of dark types, most of the time you're going to be out and about during the day as a party. And so giving them a bonus at night is going to end a penalty, especially with the penalty during the day. Unless you're running a party full of dark types, that one player or two or so playing dark types are going to be at a disadvantage the vast majority of the time compared to the rest of the party.
Yeah, that suggestion basically forces you and your party to minge that ability in order to make the most out of it, because otherwise you're literally just at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
And also, Grisovs, I just want to point out that Zoroark is a mono dark type that literally does illusions, so having dark type see through illusions would kind of ruin Zoroark a bit. So I don't want them to be able to like see through illusions, considering there's a dark type Pokemon whose ability is literally illusion.
Yeah. Why what, Serio? I don't know if I want to allow them to see through illusions. Though bringing up Zoroark does bring up a good point for... Yeah, that is something that Zoroark can do, and yet I don't think there's an actual move for it. It's just
technically
one of those
it's their
in lore
ability.
Thing. Oh, it is
No,
an ability?
that's its ability. Its ability is illusion.
Ah, okay.
Like that's straight up just what it can do. It can straight up just like do an illusion work and turn into other things.
So Syria, going back to your question, about stat adjustments don't count towards level up cost. Up here, experience cost attributes its 10 times current score. So if you have only one dot in the score, in body, mind, or soul, you're only going to take, or if you only have one dot there, it's only going to cost 10 normally to level up.
Yep. And Jaffer, just a reminder, I did bring this up about like Ghost Normal and all that being like just super strong with immunities. And like, you know, I did bring it up. It is something that we know about.
Yeah, we're not going to be doing anything about type matchups, because the moment we touch those, people are going to be up in arms, even if they're not balanced.
Besides, again, it's up to the DM. If they want to go, look, guys, don't do Ghost Normal, don't do Ghost Steel, don't do, like, these mingy, like, type combinations where, like, you don't actually have weaknesses. It's like, just don't do it. And, you know, like, you kind of have to listen to the DM.
Yeah. Oh,
so
cry.
it's just one of the things where it's like, it's part of the reasonable explanation. Like, yes, it's power gameable, it's mingy, you could, like, absolutely abuse it. The thing is that this isn't a system that's being made for, like, you know, mass market, like, you know, rules exactly as written, follow the book. Like, if you want to have a fun game where literally all you do is just like minge the hell out of your cute little Pokemon and like come up with complete bullshit you can do and like run ghost type squad, like, you can do it. You just gotta get the DM to agree.
I'm going to be honest, I'm going to be surprised if anyone outside of ZGF even uses this system. I have no idea how to market this and get it out there.
I don't know if you wanted to market it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Besides, even if it's just an internal system, it could still be an internal system that, like, you know, is well understood. Like, look, I mean...
Sirio... So, we are not going to give any types a bonus to any of these stats. The only thing they're going to get bonuses to are these ones. These are the only... They will get bonuses to their abilities rather than their attributes. The only exception so far is the Ghost, where they get a -1 to body. Ghost did not give a bonus.
Ghost gave a negative, gave a malice in exchange for getting a powerful ability.
Yeah. Ghost gets a penalty, -1.
It's literally just straight up like a balance band-aid.
Yeah.
Also, Jaffer, yeah, like, I really appreciate, like, the stuff that you bring up, because it is, like, completely true, very valid points. Like, I absolutely agree with you that, like, since we're doing immunities and we're doing all this and, like, you know, obviously, like, objectively, like, there is, like, best combos to do.
Oh, yeah. We're not going to be able to overcome those. These are mostly just a for fun type thing. I don't really want to do something like that, Jaffer, because that invites the arguments of how thick is this wall. I don't want to set a number. I want
Jaffer,
to just... That is covered under the subject to storyteller.
Yeah, I actually, that was one of the first things, like, you were away at that point, Jaffer, but one of the first things I suggested is they can't go through more than, like, a foot of material. But, no, it did get, like, very reasonably, it did get denied, like, and they could just go through.
Yeah, all of this is entirely, like, that phase ability is entirely up to the storyteller. And like we've seen in this Pokeroll game, Rygon allowed Jet to, or he did not allow Jet to phase through the ceiling on the second floor of this house we're in. I rolled well enough that I could have done it, but he did not let me do so for story reasons. And I was perfectly okay with that. And even in the case of, like, Jet going through the wall into the Guildmaster's tower, I was fully expecting to just get absolutely brutally murdered in there. But he wanted to check and see what was going on there. Well,
the way I always see it is we're making a story. Sometimes you got to pull the reins. Sometimes you got to know when to let loose.
Yeah, Sirio. There is zero balance in Pokemon by default. Pokemon,
yeah, we're not
are
making the attempt.
Outright.
So have fun with that.
Exactly. I'm working on a system that is as balanced as we can get, but its focus is flexibility for the storyteller to decide how it actually goes.
Because after all, if I really want to mess up this game, I would just play as the snail that's hotter than the surface of the sun.
Oh, yeah.
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 Oh,
but,
yeah.
like, I just want to point out that, like, in the Pokeroll game, like, the PC that is, like, objectively probably the strongest is also a big baby and a coward. So it's like, you know.
Be right back.
Yeah.
I mean, he plays the character really well. I got no complaints. I just want to point it out.
But anyways, Dark type. And I guess we also need something for dragon type.
Huh.
Yeah, as soon as you start looking at Pokemon, they get terrifying. There are definitely some absolutely, positively terrifying Pokemon. And some mechanics in Pokemon that are outright horrifying. Like Dynamaxing. If you really look at Dynamaxing, that is a terrifying phenomenon.
Especially considering it could happen naturally.
Exactly. Like, one of the anime shows did actually take that into consideration, but they also kind of were like, it didn't really do that much. It just walked down the street. But, like, that thing could level a city in no time. We're talking kaiju!
I'm just remembering the original intro with, like, that fucking massive tentacruel.
What is Dynamaxing?
What was that, Tanya?
What is Dynamaxing?
Dynamaxing was introduced in Sword and Shield, and it basically super duper supersizes Pokemon.
And it like doubles their health pool too, and it like makes their moves like hyper massive.
Literally, a Dynamax fire attack is basically a nuclear bomb being set off.
Yeah, there's one where it's like like G-Max Wildfire, or like whatever it is, like it literally sets the entire field on fire actively for multiple turns.
Oh god, a
Dynamaxing a
Wailord.
Wailord. Yeah, that'd be nice.
That would freaking destroy an entire continent.
Dynamax the Wailord and have it use Water Spout. Let's go.
Water spout, and so now what little bit of the continent was not completely flattened is now flooded. Fun!
Team Aqua wins again. They don't even need Kyogre, they just need to go to Galar.
Yeah, Wailord is one Pokemon that you guys cannot actually pick for the Pokemon at the bottom of the screen, because they took the sizes of the Pokemon into account when setting that thing up, and Wailord takes up like a third of the screen.
I was about to say, I take up like half the screen.
Hello there, Maddie.
Hi, Maddie.
Well, for Dark type, we can definitely give them the bonus to Stealth.
Oh, yeah, bad.
Welcome back.
I mean, yeah.
I had to get some water.
I definitely do want to advocate for like the absolute dark vision. Because like, are you like?
I'm
at
just
what
trying
point
to
would
think
like?
of situations where it would be useful.
Well, first of all, there's already the amount of times that Raigon has described something as it being too dark for you guys to properly see things.
Fair.
Also, like, think about like all the caving expeditions where like the dark type would like be able to see literally perfectly clear as day. Like, not just like be able to see, I mean like literally like no problems whatsoever. Not out to a range, not out to something, like they just can see.
And can see through unnatural darkness?
Yep. Like, because at what point would, like, darkness impede a dark type?
hit a Dynamax and a Lowland Executor, it'll die from the air being too thin up there. Or it'll get hit by the moon.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, having a dark type would be, like, great, except for the fact you'd have to deal with them in the morning when you try to wake them up.
Oh, yeah.
Like, imagine
Alright.
having to deal with, like, a cranky dark type member on your team because you woke them up at dawn.
So, Dragon.
Dragon. Well, I guess one of the...
That's my
It's a bit
space
difficult.
elevator. I forgot about that conversation.
When it comes to dragon, like, one of the things that I always think of when it comes to the dragon type is originally, like, the fact that they, like, resisted the main elemental types.
Yeah.
Because that's, like, always been their, like, identity, to me at least. It's like, you know, they resist the main, like, trio of, you know, the...
Quad.
Yeah, sorry. It's just, like, you know, like, that's always been the identity to me. I'm trying to think about, like, how to, like, if that's even implementable.
I mean, they already have a resistance to those.
Yeah, I know. But, like, I'm just thinking about, like, identity. They always talked about, like, being fairly prideful. What if they had, like, I don't know, something relating to that?
Oh yeah, there was a tower built on a giant bell sprout. That was Johto.
Oh, you're talking about Bellsprout Tower?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello there, Sly.
What can we do for dragons? Because, like, one of the things that I'm just thinking of is, like, them being prideful. Because, you know, they're like, said to be, like, pretty prideful. Like, extremely
Well, I mean,
prideful.
for them, I'll probably give them a bonus to presence.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, like, for the ability.
Yeah, the ability is the difficult part.
I don't know, maybe, like, something relating to, like, a one-on-one fight with an enemy. Could have, like, a dual taunt fight mechanic.
Ooh. A taunt mechanic would be interesting.
But, like, specifically for, like, you know... Yeah, like a taunt mechanic. Yeah, a taunt mechanic. That would be pretty neat. Like, you know... That would be pretty much the... I literally can't think of, like, anything else that would really work for dragons. And, like... There's got to be something, but, like, I'm really just thinking the taunt.
A taunt could be interesting to work with.
It also leans into the whole, like, dragons being very resistant to, like, you know, the quad there. Because...
I just don't
like,
want to deal with, you know, resistance to the various environmental effects.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm kind of
do
ignoring that.
But then again, with the environmental effects, it's basically we're just gonna leave it up to the DM.
Yeah.
I mean, most people don't even look up the actual rulebook rules on that stuff anyways. It's just the DM being like, that
this is the
fire's just
effect
gonna
that it
do
has on
1d10.
Yeah, it's just like, dude, if the DM says, like, whatever environmental effect does X, I'll just go, yeah, sure, dude, whatever.
Exactly how it should be.
Yep.
Why did that match hurt you for 2d40 damage? It was a very hot match.
Very hot match. That's what you get for playing with matches. You know what? I wouldn't even be mad if a DM said that's what you get for playing with matches. Didn't your mother teach you better? That'd just be funny.
Sirio, it was a Dragonborn Knight. Oh yeah, a Noble Knight, yeah.
Yep.
where they're the dragon, princess, and knight.
Yeah, who were in their rebellious teenage years was known as Firefang, or I think it was something like that.
You're absolutely right, Firefang. Oh, looks like Twitter's in its dying throes.
Good.
Oh no.
Humanity will benefit.
The majority of employees just left the company. They've only got like a little under 1,000 left, and those are the people that have to stay there because of visas.
I am not the biggest fan of big tech social media companies. I think they have a profound negative effect on people's mental health.
That's perfectly fair. I'm just in it because I don't like Elon.
Yeah.
But
no, that's
yeah.
that's my grievance. I'd be perfectly happy if like a lot of the giant major social media corps like had this sort of trouble.
Yeah.
Fun fact to PMD, Terrified is a status effect exclusively to PMD that makes Pokemon run away uncontrollably.
You know what? That's true.
You know, I need to actually utilize that because I would just love to see Argus just like running away, flailing his arms in the air and just boom against the wall.
Okay, look, do you really need to inflict Argus with that? He does that on his own half the time.
I was going to say.
But he's the only one that has a head like hard enough to sustain the damage.
No, but hold on. Consider
Jolene
this.
just goes flying against the wall, and there's just a splat.
No, hold on. I have a proposition.
Okay.
Consider Azareth and the fact that when he slams into the wall, he'll make one final big like jingle. You just crash into the wall with like a giant like clank and like a jingling sound as he like just falls.
Okay, so back on track a bit here. We've got two propositions for dragon type. We have the taunt, where they basically force an enemy to fight them. I do like that idea. Or we have the suggestion of resistance to environmental damage from the 4 types that they're resistant to.
I would slip in something called Majestic Presence. They have an increase in persuasion when around other Pokemon, when like they're making a speech or something like that.
Well, we do actually have a presence ability that I was already planning to give to them.
Yeah, that was their stat bonus.
Yeah, that's going to be their stat bonus. But I'm talking about the ability, like, you know, how we've got can climb walls, can fly, etc., etc.
Yep.
They can wave flags really good.
That is true. Oh, dude, dragons have to be the PMD kite flying champions.
There you go.
I mean, obviously, like, flying types, like, great rivalry, but, like, you gotta give it to the dragons because their kites are just cooler.
How about balance? They are the best at mechanically with balance.
Elaborate.
This could be applied to a variety of things: climbing, crossing tight ropes or ledges, dancing, stuff like that. So mechanically, if they are the best at balance, due to their graceful and surety of form, then I think that it could help them with a lot of different little spaces. It might not be something that like, oh, you're definitely the fastest or whatever.
Well, as far as that goes, that would fall under an ability as well. Acrobatics.
Yeah, so just have this be like an auto success or something. I mean, I'm trying to think over here. But for dragons, like they're dragons. The only thing I can think of is that the one thing they're really good at is that they are sure of themselves. Because not all of them have wings, else I'd say flying.
Yeah,
and that would definitely hurt the flying types.
Yeah.
I am leaning towards the taunt idea.
Okay.
I mean, because you could also take it like the other way, where like dragon's scary, but also like if the dragon was already being like super scary, like would you really be fighting them? But I guess you could make it like an either or. They can either like choose to taunt or they can choose to try and terrify, but they can only do one. Like,
It could be up to the Pokemon they're trying to taunt.
yeah, either they have to accept the challenge or they become terrified.
Yeah,
Although I could easily see a player just doing something like that and picking a fight that they're a little bit not ready for.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's a very dragon-like thing to do.
That is
Have
fair.
fun.
All right. Fight or flee?
I mean, think about the fact, think about how many times Argus has, flopped over. I don't think he's exactly the best at keeping balance in his stance.
They can either engage in a fight against the dragon with -1 to all attacks against others, or they can become fearful and run from the dragon, keeping their distance as best as possible. That sound good?
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. No, these are racial traits. Serial.
These are our version of racial traits. Instead of going through each Pokemon and being like, yeah, you've got illusions, you're a ghost so you can phase through things, you've got wings so you can fly. It's not perfect, but not necessarily similar to the D&D backgrounds in terms of power perspective, because a lot of these can be very powerful, while some are very much less powerful, like the fire types and their immunity to environmental fire damage. Like, that probably won't come up and be very useful very
But if it ever
often.
does...
Yeah.
If it ever does, it'll make for a cool scene.
Bugs being able to climb walls, that can have some very interesting tactical advantages. You know, if we're fighting, say, a fighting type that doesn't have any ranged moves, the bug climbs up the wall and is out of range of the fighting type.
Proceeds to string shot, on repeat.
Jaffer, that's what I was thinking of for the fear originally. Oh, good point. We should probably include that. Can climb and stick to walls.
I was actually just about to bring up if the ceiling is just a horizontal wall or not.
Okay. Well, I'm okay with them being able to attach themselves to the ceiling as well. I have definitely seen a lot of spiders on ceilings. Sirio, what typing is Volbeat?
I'd say the player
I think that wasn't that flying bug.
The Volbeat can, so long as the player is willing to do a rhythmic step game in order to do that.
Is Volbeat pure bug? Oh.
Huh, okay.
We're going to leave that up to the DM's discretion. In fact, we're going to put in a note that it's like, flight is up to DM discretion.
Flight, yeah, like flight and who receives it. Because it's like, technically speaking, there's plenty of Pokemon that have wings that aren't explicitly a flying type.
And technically, there are a lot of flying types that also don't have wings and can't fly. Like Doduo. So actually, maybe we shouldn't include the fly.
Well, they have little nubbins. They can just flap
No,
up
they
super
don't.
hard.
No, they don't.
I thought they had little nubbins.
No, they are literally just a ball. Their body is a ball. They got sticks for legs, sticks for necks, and then they got 2 balls on the ends of the sticks for their. Yeah, that is it.
I like to think that they do the helicopter twirl.
with their necks.
Yep.
So I think we should come up with something else for flying types instead of can fly.
Actually, they can fly.
What can
I looked
fly?
it up. Doduo, it literally says they can't fly very well.
It's more like falling with style.
That's very funny, though. Yeah, it says due to its almost non-existent wings, it cannot fly very well.
All right. We're going to remove flight from all of these because it is based on the Pokemon, and we'll just put in a note that flight is going to be dependent on the DM, and they can decide, yes, you can fly, no, you cannot. You are able to hover so far above, etc., etc. We'll leave that up to the DM.
Yep. Instead, birds are generally seen as, like, very agile, so do we give them, like, a speed bonus?
I do like the speed bonus. Like, they can move faster.
Yeah.
10 feet bonus movement?
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Very useful.
Yeah, definitely. Mm-hmm. What are we talking about?
We're removing flying. For flying types, we're removing their natural ability to fly because there are flying types that don't have, like, very developed wings or anything like that. So instead, we're, like, changing flying over to be like, hey, if your Pokemon has wings and, like, you know, or can, like, you know, is shown to be like flying around, like, and the DM goes, yeah, sure, then you can fly.
Because technically, also, Geodude is kind of a can also at least hover.
Technically.
Because most often they are shown hovering above the ground, at least in the games. In the anime, I don't think I've ever seen a Geodude actually hovering. I think they've all been on the ground.
Yeah, I think they've all been on the ground.
But in the games,
I think they can hover though, if only just so, ease of use.
Yeah.
But either way, we've got that settled. Yeah. Electric, that's pretty simple. Immune to environmental electric damage / effects. Furry.
What if you included a thing where, like, they're able to absorb a small amount of that to empower their next thing? Because remember, like, the charge move where, like, they're able to, like, empower their next electric type attack?
Kind of like Ash did with Pikachu in the first season.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, like, also just, like, straight up, like, from the move. Charge. Or, like, you know.
Yeah. Well, I
if
mean,
they would have received it, they empower their next electric attack. But then we'd have to make empower effects, so...
Yeah. I mean, we could have 2 of them with bonus to movement speed. Though, then again, I do know... Like, I don't know any slow flying types. But I do know, like, Alcremie. Alcremie is definitely not light-footed.
Yeah, and don't forget about stuff like Klefki either. Electric type acts as a car battery, so throw it in the ocean. Yeah, I would definitely say that, like, as a general rule, like, flying types are very agile and fast.
I'm not going to include the electric charge thing. Well, I will in the full thing. Can produce small electricity outside moves. And that'll apply as well to fire and ice.
Yep.
Yeah, I would definitely give fairies a bonus to allure. Or not allure. We did away with allure. Probably like persuasion or etiquette. They would probably I'd probably give them a bonus to etiquette. We did
True. Fairy types are fairly polite. They're fairly polite until they see a dark type.
More dodge chance.
Hmm.
I don't think like Alcremie, you know, they're a cake, so I wouldn't really apply that like anything fancy or graceful to Alcremie at all. And
I
that's
mean,
just
visually
one
fancy.
example. Yeah, visually very fancy. So that's why I was thinking etiquette as their stat bonus. However, what do we do for the ability? And you know what? We'll do fighting as well. So think of things for both of them.
Huh.
I would like to get through this list tonight before we finish up.
I mean, yeah, that'd be nice if we did.
Yeah, that way we can be like, okay, we got this thing done.
To be fair, we've accomplished, like, a lot tonight.
We have.
Yeah, we did.
Also, Taldarius, tomorrow So tomorrow there's a break between the two tabletop games, but it's usually not that long. So do keep an eye out for when the first one ends. I would love if you hopped in to help out tomorrow. Provided you've got nothing else going on.
Yeah, so when is that? Is my question.
Usually around 8 to 9 p.m. Central. Or 9 to 10 p.m. Central.
9 to 10 p.m. Central.
Yeah.
Depending, I may be able to. I have my personal D&D game that I play in, where it's actually the Star Wars RPG system, actually. But my personal like tabletop game that I play in every week is on Friday. So I would love to help, but that's only if my session... It starts at 7:30 Eastern, so that'd be 6:30 Central. So it may be over by the time. I'll just keep an eye out, and I'll keep you updated.
Sounds good. Oh god, carry capacity, push, drag limits are similar. Oh. I like the bonus to carry capacity. We can include that for fighting types.
Yeah. Experienced weightlifters.
I'm definitely going to go the item limit rather than the weight limit that, you know, most systems have a weight limit, whereas Pokemon typically has an item limit.
Yeah, to be fair, with Pokemon, it's normally the bulk of the items that's the problem rather than the actual...
Yeah.
Because, like, you know, like, for a lot of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, like, Pokemon that are used in it, it's like, their bag is, like, half the size of their body, and it's just like a satchel.
Mm-hmm. But I like the boost to carry limit.
Yeah, carry
carrying
limit would be
capacity.
All right, so just add 1 to whatever.
Yeah.
Plus 1 item, plus 10 pounds, whatever.
Yeah, I think plus 1 item. By the way, I just want to point out that like Machops can like just then they'd get like plus 2, and they could just like carry around a shit ton of stuff. They're just like constantly benching like the various random items the party gives them.
Ooh, that's an interesting character idea. I'll have to write that down.
Okay, cool. You could just call it item carry capacity.
Yeah.
There's no offense, but item carryable, it just kind of like sounds clunky.
It does. I'm tired.
Don't worry, I am too. We all are.
So, Fairy, we still need to come up with something.
It's really hard. What if we gave them a bonus towards, because like you know how like first impressions are like the most important. What if we gave them a bonus to like first impressions? Like I don't really know what to give them. I'm just throwing ideas out.
A shop discount for fairies?
That could be useful.
Usually that's pulled off with persuasion anyways.
Yeah, making it so that way, like, NPCs start out with a more favorable disposition towards fairy types could be useful. If they're just, like, generally well-liked. But I fully admit that ability, it kind of feels like a cop-out.
Yeah. If we can't come up with anything else, we can go with that, though.
Yeah. If nothing else, just make sure that, like, if it does get written down, that it notes that it's a cop-out and it's kind of filler until something better can be made. I don't want that to be a quote-unquote temporary addition and then it just stays there deprecated. I know how this works.
Well, just whatever it is, just make sure you spell it properly, or people are going to look at that, see it's misspelled, and be like, they don't know how to write a book. I can write a better one.
Wait, no, that just means that we should absolutely spell it incorrectly. That way we're forced to go back and look at it again and fix it. You know what? I'm just gonna start reading like articles on the fairy types in order to see what like.
Alright, grass type.
I
Better
liked
at
the foraging.
Yeah.
The foraging was good.
And from the anime, a lot of them can cause plants to grow.
Yep.
So they can naturally make building materials. They need a ladder up this wall. Here's some vines.
I don't think it'll be something like I'll expand on it. It won't be quite that drastic, but like I guess cause plants to bloom. Maybe would be a better way to put it.
I mean, I suppose. I honestly, though, I'm in favor of allowing players to work with quote unquote overpowered abilities. Simply because one, this is Pokemon. There's no way we're going to be able to get around all of them. And two, I think what's more important here are the story, not necessarily the mechanics. So yeah, you can scale that wall, and it'll just be if the DM really wants to, or storyteller really wants them to work their way up that wall. I'm sure they can come up with something. Like for me, I'll just simply say the ground here is unsuitable for plants, so you're gonna have to figure out something else.
Alright, so we got ground type here. Digging, yeah, we could do a digging speed. Like
You dig
20
a
feet
hole.
digging speed? Subject to storyteller?
That works.
Yep.
You
Diggy hole.
You could even just make it straight up their movement speed, period. And then just say subject, but doesn't matter.
Well, giving it just like the movement speed is like. We already did that with flying tight.
Yeah.
So making it so it's the actual digging gives it flavor.
Alright, so I already filled in normal type. What do we want for poison?
What if they can eat normally inedible things?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Just call them like culinary dipshits.
Culinarily indifferent.
There you go. It'd go great with the plant types who are natural foragers. Be like, I found a stick. Great.
Oh, don't let Argus hear that.
Eats the stick.
He would cry, like actually.
Speaking of which, I saw your note on that one bit. It's like that doesn't taste nearly as good as your first stick.
Hey, look, I made note. I made note of it.
Well, let's see what else.
You know, that's actually a good idea, Sirio.
Let me see let me type back in so let's look at Syria.
Something else that could be done with poison types is maybe natural chemical control. So, like, they can adjust their body chemistry to help them out in little ways. So, it might not be very drastic things, but maybe they can give themselves like a little burst of speed, or maybe they can heal slightly faster, stuff like that.
What if we gave fairy types like a healing ability?
Ooh.
Oh, of course.
That is a fantastic idea.
Yeah. Like, obviously, like, numbers have to be fiddled with, but, like, you know, a healing ability, that sounds pretty good.
Kind of like the Paladin's Lay on Hand. We could have it based on their, say, spirit stat, and they can heal up to twice the number of dots they have in that per day.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds good. Just throw it down.
Sure.
Numbers can be fiddled with, but it sounds pretty good.
It allows them to have a powerful ability. It limits that ability. I like it.
I see only Krisov's apparently saw what I put in for normal type. You get nothing!
Good day, sir. You lose!
Could you expand on the tremor sense idea, New Year's Kitsune?
I could already tell what that is. That's like from Avatar, where like they can feel stuff that happens like on the ground. Like if let's say like someone's walking behind them, they can feel that happening, and like they can tell things that are happening like even a bit of ways, like with the tremor sense. Like if it's like happening on the ground and they're also on the ground.
Yeah, it's just you feel vibrations from the ground.
Yeah, and you're able to like detect what they are and all that.
Yeah, it's also in D&D and Pathfinder. I think
Yeah.
literally the only thing that's more powerful is like blind sense, where it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty strong. I like it.
And the digging speed
But-
can be like flying. It's up to the DM.
Yep, and it could also just be like I mean, I really don't want to get into the natural versus unnatural materials, so just gets left. If they want to rule that, hey, you're inside of a house, you have a harder time, then, you know, that's up to the DM.
All I know is that if you drop a piece of food and it's on the ground for more than 5 seconds, it's automatically ground type food.
Ground or poison. They have to fight over it. After all, now it's a culinary masterpiece for poison types.
No, there you go.
There we go. Normal can learn non-type moves with only 1.25 times cost instead of 1.5 times.
Yeah, that's strong. That's strong and decent. And it fits with what normal types do, because normal types have extremely large move pools and coverage.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you want, like, if you want to bet, like, what random type can learn whatever move, it's going to be normal.
Oh yeah, I mean Eevee.
I mean, yeah, but, you know. Even just, like, other normal types, like, the move pool on normal types is so large.
Psychic definitely has a lot that would fit. I don't think I'm gonna give them teleport or mind reading / control. We could give them telekinesis and telepathy though.
I was gonna say telepathy is a good one.
Should we do just telepathy? Well, yeah, we'll do just telepathy because if you're going by the anime logic, you just knowing psychic means you can do telekinesis. So that's that's something that's actually covered by moves.
Yes.
Well,
So telepathy is a good one.
Yeah.
I was gonna say you could do the telekinesis, just limited to small objects, but yeah, you bring up a good point.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about just like being like, and like, you know, effectively mage hand equivalent, but also like, I mean, you know, you could just use moves for that.
Yeah, so just give them telepathy. That's something that's not covered by any moves, and it's something that can be very useful. Are there Pokemon? Is there a telepathy Pokemon ability?
Not as far as I know, no.
The only one I could think of is stuff like synchronize, but like, you know, that's different in PMD. But I do know, I think there is actually an ability called telepathy. It's just like really not good in any way.
A Pokemon with telepathy avoids damaging moves used by its allies. This includes attacks with multiple targets, such as Discharge, as well as attacks exclusively targeting an ally with telepathy, such as Thunderbolt. However, it is not protected from its ally status moves, such as Teeter Dance or Confuse Ray. It looks like... Oh. Telepathy is only a hidden ability, except for one Pokemon.
You just like like, kind of ignore it exists then.
There are quite a few Pokemon that have it as a hidden ability. But aren't hidden abilities gained from breeding?
Mostly, yeah.
Well, So our version of telepathy here is just going to be they can talk to others through their mind. The telepathy ability has actual mechanics behind it. So I think we will keep it as telepathy and just specify that this is the type bonus one, and then there's the ability one.
You could just call this one psychic communication and just call it a day.
I mean, true. We could just legally distinct trademark.
Telepathic communication. There.
Legally distinct.
Alright, so rock, stone cutting. You literally just copied that from dwarves.
Yeah, that's literally just the dwarves.
We're not doing that.
It literally still says proficiency bonus multiple times in there and everything.
Yeah, exactly, Chrisovs. Exactly.
Yeah.
And it makes sense because there are most psychic Pokemon are shown to be able to talk through the mind at one point or another, especially Mewtwo.
They especially actually seem to prefer it anyways.
Yeah. TNT contractors.
Yep. But yeah, let's just have it just be the quote-unquote legally distinct.
Alright, so...
Duke.
Rock type. And for that matter, steel type. Water we've got an easy solution for. Well, actually, it's a movement thing that we should probably...
But at the very least, they won't ever be able to, like, drown.
Yeah, can breathe water.
Can breathe underwater and move freely, I guess, or something like that. I don't know if you want to actually include that, because that's movement.
That works. So now we need rock and steel. Rock and steel! I need rock/metal for sustenance. Honestly, I'm not sure about the poison one for that either. It does feel kind of lackluster, especially compared to a lot of the rest.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like, we kind of just accepted the first thrown out thing and moved on. Like, we didn't really discuss it much. It was just like, what if they could just, like, eat whatever they wanted? And then everyone was just like, yeah, sure.
How about endurance for rocks?
Elaborate.
They can tirelessly perform activities over a very long period of time. Or they can endure extreme, like, conditions.
Or if they, like, I don't know, like, I mean, also, like, could introduce don't have to sleep mechanics, but I also know, like, several rock Pokemon do still have to sleep.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta give them something, considering rock type is, like, up there with bug on, like, most, like, screwed over type.
It really is. Like,
you actively make yourself worse by having a rock typing nowadays.
Rock type was great back in Gen 1, and then they introduced Steel type, and it's like, Steel type's it's just rock type, but better.
Yep. So they gained that special defense on Sandstorm, I think in Gen 4. I think.
I like the endurance suggestion for them.
Yeah, I like that. It's decent. Gives them like a utility if they apply it correctly. I thought of something for steel, but it's way too strong, and I immediately had to pitch that shit.
What is it?
I was just about to say, what if they don't have a minimum damage mechanic against them, like, you know, when they're defending? And then I'm like, oh wait, no, bad, no. No. Literally, that I didn't even get. I literally didn't even like start voicing the opinion before I threw that shit so far into the dumpster. I mean, yes, Rock is an okay offensive type, but it's also so horrendously bad on defense that, like, is it really worth it?
Joke.
Which is kind of surprising considering that's like supposed to be their jam.
I know, right? They're supposed to be defensive, and it's like they're just like, oh my god, it's so bad for them. I feel so bad for the rock types.
Though, to be fair, Pokemon Yellow and such, when you... Pokemon Yellow, or when you Red and Blue, if you choose Charmander, you're screwed.
Well, no, you could fuck around until you get Metal Claw, I think it was. At, like, you know, double-digit levels.
Or, you know, just use other Pokemon that you pick up.
Yeah, I know, right? But I mean, like, you know.
How about metallic versatility for steel types?
Elaborate.
Nope, rock does not, in fact, resist itself.
Say again?
Elaborate?
I'll let you elaborate. I'm trying to think of anything. In metallic versatility, they can utilize different metals in order to, I don't know, buff themselves a bit, or to shape their environment.
Yeah, but that also brings up, like, at what point are they going to come across, like, unworked metals naturally in order to do that? And then also, like, does that mean, like, then they would also have to, like, bring along, like, just a bag full of random metal on adventures to actually make use of it?
Potentially. But, I mean, unless you got a better idea.
I know, right? But, you know. We haven't skipped electric types, we just gave them something really basic. I proposed them getting a mechanic where, like, they get the move, like, charge applied for free if they take environmental electric damage. But, you know, then it also brought up, like, we don't know what charge does yet, really, in our system, so... Once we figure that out, we can...
It would be very situational, but it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, but it's something that we have to revisit later once we
What's
actually
that,
figure out
Raygon?
the charge.
How about for electric types, they get a move called static buildup, right? Or something like that. And it essentially means that after, say, 3 rounds or whatever, they get a free attack that deals half damage. Something like that. They'll be like the only one who gets like a slightly extra attack.
I mean, I gave them the same thing that I gave fire, ice, and such, where they're immune to electric damage / effects from environment. Which, unless we want to come up with something different for fire and such, I don't really... Then again, I guess we did come... Well, grass types aren't really part of that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But like thunderstorms and such, they'd be immune to lightning. From natural lightning, rather.
I just kind of feel compared to some of the others, like that's kind of a lackluster one. Because fire, you're pretty much guaranteed to come across. Ice, sure. But lightning, like that's a very situationally specific element.
I did also put in that they can produce small electricity outside of their moves.
Okay, there you go.
Though, then again, fire and ice are going to have that same thing as well as water type, being able to produce water. But you do bring up a good point. We could give them like 5 feet bonus movement speed. Because a lot of them are speedy.
We could consider it like a reaction point where they could just like zip in, zip out sort of stuff.
Yeah, well, because we gave flying types 10 feet, so we'll only give 5 feet to electric. Gives a little bit more balance to it. While not making flying types, you know, screwed over.
Yeah, but flying types also don't have like lightning immunities or anything like that.
Yeah. Which is why they get the extra, they get 10 feet as opposed to 5.
Exactly. That does mean we'll probably have to revisit fire and ice, though. Maybe just to help diversify them a little bit.
Well, their ability to produce, like, fire and being able to freeze things just naturally, those can be very strong.
I mean, those can. I mean, like, ice requires a lot more forethought into how you use it compared to fire. Because, like, for ice, like, you know, you could use it like, oh, hey, I'm going to put ice on their wound. But, like, you know.
Freeze a
Whatever we
captive.
come up with.
Well,
right.
I don't know if you, like, do you want them to be able to produce enough to cause status effects?
This would be like a non-combat situation.
All right.
Well, the ice one's pretty easy. You could just have ice shapers, so they're able to shape various things out of their ice.
Ooh, good idea. Oh yeah, and water walking.
Yeah. So those, I think those will help diversify them, but aren't super duper strong.
Yeah. Steel though.
I don't know. I'm still.
I still say metallic versatility is something to potentially look at.
It is, but it's also just like
It's also
the amount of
a
hoops
lot.
they'd have to go through.
It's also a lot more for us to come up with. Like, okay, this metal's going to give them this bonus. That metal's going to give them that bonus.
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily. You could say that they can naturally summon metals out of their environment to do what they need. With the default always being like iron, because you can find iron practically everywhere.
Perhaps they can kind of magnetize a little bit.
There you go.
Magnetization is more of an electric type thing, though.
It
And that'd be
is.
more like, you know, unique applications of different, like, electric type moves than, like, a specific ability. I mean, besides the fact that it is an ability, but, like, magnetizing objects would be, you know. It just doesn't scream out steel type to me. It's just electric to me.
They could more easily bend or cut materials. That's not a bad idea, Chrysoffs. I mean, they are made, a lot of them are at least partially made of steel after all.
Yeah, I mean, them being able to, like, bash down, like, obstacles and stuff like doors and all that pretty easily would be neat.
Sirio does
One thing I do want to
a
bring up for
point.
that is stuff like Mastodon, but, like, you know.
Sirio brings
He also
up a
probably
good
wouldn't
point.
get too hurt from doing it. Wow, what did he bring up? I don't have my phone out right now. I'm doing something.
Magnet Bomb is a steel type move.
True, but that's a move.
Oh, you know what? That is true.
Magnet Rise is an electric type move. I'm liking the idea of being able to more easily cut or bend materials.
You know, I think that's a good one, but I feel like they need at least one more stitched on, because that's definitely not as versatile as others. I can bend this door. Bends wood unnaturally.
What if you also gave him like bonuses to breaking down things?
I think that would work. Just give them the strongman approach.
Well, that's cutting materials as well, so it's...
But I mean, like, you know, like just straight up like mention that, like, you know, they can bash down stuff like a lot easier or something like that, where it's like, yeah, it's implied, but like make it so they deal like flat extra damage to like the environment.
Here's an odd idea, but one that might be able to fly. Pristineness. Regardless of where they are or what happens to them, they remain in pristine condition.
For what?
Just aesthetically. Like no matter where they go or what happens to them, they remain like pristine. Because they're steel. The man-made whatever that is the most resistant against like scratches and shit like that. It's not powerful. It's not something that's going to break the game, but it can be a nice aesthetic to just sort of stitch onto their stuff.
Sure.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Yeah. Or thorns or something maybe, and like rule, oh hey, yeah, you know, you're not getting scratched, you're not taking damage.
Okay, so now to go through and figure out ability bonuses, which should be relatively easy.
That's a lot easier.
I'll leave that to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I specifically like feel the need to do that like extensively right now. I mean, it is the much easier thing to do between all of it.
Yeah, so I figured we'd quickly pump them out.
Okay.
So,
Really want to, we can.
Bug bonus to intimidation.
You know,
I mean,
sure.
yeah, sure. You know what? Let's go with it. I'm ready. I'm ready to ride with that. That's okay. It's silly. It's dumb, but I'm willing to ride with it.
It's like the Cthulhu aspect, you know, they're unnatural.
Dark, +1 to stealth.
Yep.
Dragon, +1 to presence. Electric.
Athletics? Maybe not that, but you know, like.
No,
actually, you know, probably something under Dex. Like.
Acrobatics, but I was thinking of giving that to flying.
Yeah, well, flying should definitely get acrobatics.
Or we could give electric types acrobatics and flying evasion.
I like that.
Yeah, you know what? That's nice.
And that's honestly one of those either or. I don't think it really matters which one we give. They're both fine.
Either one is flavorful, but you know.
Fairy, +1 etiquette. Fighting, +1 brawl. Fire, +1.
Are you sure you don't want fighting to have athletics and fire to have brawl?
I thought when he said fighting, he gave it brawl.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. Are you sure you don't want them to have athletics and fire gets brawl?
I will say it would be useless to fire types because a lot of their moves are special. And ranged.
Yeah, mechanically, I guess that makes sense.
Actually, what about craft for fire types?
I feel like that's more of an ice type thing.
Well, no, because like
he's talking about for like working a forge.
Yeah.
Oh.
Working a forge, cooking, There's a
Sure, why
Yeah,
not?
yeah. There's a lot
Why
of
not?
applications for industrialization and fire.
yeah. Flying, we already said +1 evasion.
Good luck hitting the bird. It is very fast and very evasive.
Ghost, I still want to give them a +1 to something. We could give them a +1 to deception.
There you go.
Yeah, you know that would work. Ghost types like to play pranks and all that.
Grass type, +1 survival.
Yep, I was about to say the survival check. Woo.
Ground type.
Alert. Maybe. I mean, that's.
I could dig alert.
A bonus to perception.
Perception, alert, whatever the actual name we're using is.
I will say, Krisovs, you look in the anime, and most of the times in the anime that pranks are being done, it's by a ghost type.
Aren't they literally known for being pranksters?
They are.
Like, wasn't there that one entire forest where like ghost types literally just play pranks on you, and you need the knockdown to get through it?
Yes, exactly. It's funny that dark types got the prankster move or type or ability or
Ability,
not type,
yeah.
ability, while ghost types are the ones you see far more often pulling pranks.
Well, they kind of gave that to dark types to like throw them a bone because dark types were in a shitty spot at the time.
True. But anyways, ground
and ghost types were like one of the best types at the moment. So you know.
For ground, we could do a +1 perception. I could dig that. Dig.
Dig it, yeah.
Ice. +1 perform, maybe?
I was about to say performance, probably.
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
Normal types. I'm thinking normal will get a +1 to an ability of their choice.
Yep, that's what.
I think that's good.
I was gonna suggest
they'll be
that.
the human fighters of this one.
Yeah, they can be the human fighters.
Yeah.
You're not
Poison.
really weak to much. You're not really strong against much, and you can do whatever you want.
What is used to resist status effects? That depends. So we are specifically having it where status effects are resisted based on what you roleplay it as. Or at least to get over them, you know. Because, you know, like poison, for example. If you are poisoned, you can use your body stat to just physically actually just flush out the poison, or just not be, you know, it doesn't take hold in the first place. You can use mind to, you know, just ignore the effects of it, and spirit to just power through it despite it hitting your body.
Or, you know, like other whatever explanation you can really give for it. So long as you actually give an explanation. And the DM goes, that works for me.
Alright, poison. What do we want to give them?
I don't know. I'm trying to think. Poison's a tricky one, just for like everything.
+1 health? I don't know.
I don't want to give
No, that's kind of... Yeah, that... It kind of falls off super hard, like, really fast. Just having 1 extra HP.
Medicine?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, you know what? It's fairly ironic. It'd make at least like circuitous sense.
And actually, for grass, better idea. We could do survival for poison and nature
Ooh,
for
yeah.
grass.
Yeah, that'd be
There
good.
you go.
Yep, that's good.
Sirio, yes, weapons are going to be used, and I like that suggestion where they can poison weapons. That is a great suggestion in addition to their culinary indifference.
I just love though the idea that because they get that +1 to survival, this poison type like walks up to you, he's like, "Hey guys, I found food," and he just presents like a bunch of mushrooms all eating them. It's like, they're good. Try some.
They're just it's a grimer that's just pulled it out of its slimy body. I found food, guys. Here, try some. It's perfectly good to eat. Trust me.
At one point, I literally had a character in D&D who had rapid metabolism, which meant that like he healed a shit ton for free every single day. And so like he had a very warped sense of what's acceptable and what wasn't, and what was dangerous and what wasn't. So like he would go and like pet a wolf, the wolf would like maim his arm, but it'd be fine the next day because of his HP recovery. So he just like didn't realize that doing that was not good for him.
So psychic insight,
Yep.
Yeah, insight.
rock type. I'm
What do we have
thinking
left?
I am thinking of giving rock and steel both +1 soak.
It'd help
But-
rock a lot if that happened, but it's also kind of like it's repetitive.
Well, they will change with the pure rock type. We'll come up with something else for the pure typing thing. For the rock type, and then the steel will have +2 soak with the pure.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
What is soap?
Soak is basically you get hit for 5 damage. You've got 4 soak. It subtracts that. You subtract that 4 from the 5 damage.
But it does have minimum plink damage.
Yeah, it does have. You still have minimum of 1 damage, so you still have plink damage.
Okay, so it's free defense then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Free damage reduction. And we can come up with the pure stuff next time. Alright, last one on the list here is water.
What can we really give water? Water types normally have like decent speed stats, right?
Relatively decent.
+1 initiative?
Yeah, you know what, that works.
Sure.
We do have perform with ice type, Sirio.
Yep. I thought
What
about
else?
perform, but I feel like it fits ice types better than it does water.
What else do we have that hasn't been covered yet?
Quite a bit. I don't think we've got anybody that's getting a bonus to athletics. No, we don't. Initiative. Precision for ranged moves. There is marksman for ranged weapon. I don't want to do anything involving weapons for these.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. Athletics, I do think that's one that either rock or steel could get to help diversify between the two.
Yep.
I was thinking athletics for their pure bonus. For rock.
For rock. Yeah, that's a good one for rock.
So Sirio, with these are your natural, you were born with this bonus.
These are racial traits for types.
Like, craft is a little bit of a stretch, but it's, you know, you're using your fire. It helps you with crafting.
Yeah.
But, so I don't want to give them marksman because that is to do with an actual weapon, which you're not going to be born just being better at a weapon.
And I don't want to give precision because, like, have you looked at water type attacks?
Aren't a lot of
They're
them
not
ranged?
exactly. Yeah, but they're not precise. Literally
True.
involves stuff like waterfall, surf, muddy water.
Good point. They kind of just flood everything.
Yeah, they go fuck this area in particular. They aren't exactly precise
However,
with it.
Precision is also something where I wasn't really beholden to that name for that skill.
Okay.
So we could come up with a different name and use it here because it does make sense. They're literally flooding everything. They're going spray and pray, and so they would have a better chance to hit with them.
Yeah, I mean, they have some precision moves, but it's like the power moves. They're all just collateral damage. By the way, imagine just like a water type like on your team, just like really peppy, going, I learned a new move, and like literally fucks up your entire house, the entire rest of your team, like floods part of the city on accident.
Yeah, Atelion with his snipe shot. Precision does make sense there. I'm still not beholden to precision being the name for the ability to do with ranged moves.
Yep.
I mean, I think we could come up with something better there.
Yeah. But like I said, they do have some like really precise moves, but like their power moves are mostly like just straight up collateral damage.
And you know, precision is your chance to hit with those moves. So, you know, it makes sense in both cases. Snipe shot, you're being very precise with your hit, and, you know, soaking the entire battlefield, they're gonna be damn lucky if you don't hit them.
You're being very precise in which 3 cardinal directions you flood.
So I like that. I like water types having precision.
Yep, I'm not sold on the name, but you know.
Yeah. I haven't been able to think of anything else.
Yeah, I haven't either. I mean, we have options, but none that really feel thematic.
Yeah.
God, we did so much tonight.
Yes, we did. Thank you so very much for your help.
That's
you and everybody else out there, Rygon, for your input. Everyone, thank you so much for your help with this. But I think this is where we're going to call it.
Yep. Which is just in time because I just finished my tea. Making it, that is. Now I get to drink it. To be fair, Neo, we literally haven't stopped.
Yeah. I think my brain is burned out.
On the plus side, we now have this shit, like, so much further ahead than it was yesterday.
Oh, yeah. We've done a lot of really good work. Oh, are you, Chrysops?
I was about to make the same joke.
Now that sounds fun. You know, the problem of me using Jet's icon here is that it really doesn't fit for Jet to be saying something like that.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, like, you can't be sultry or even, like, you know, like, curse without it being like, hey, yo, Jet. Watch yo, Jet.
All right, everybody. Thank you all so very much for your assistance today. I appreciate you guys so much. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more there on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, donators, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by picking up packs through Streamloots, using our Humble Bundle partner link, or by simply sharing the channel around. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu. You guys can say bye.
Bye.
Bye.